Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Friday. Y'all made it, man. First week of work down. Y'all made it. Happy Friday. Miss Simone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Happy Friday, Miss Simone.
Miss Johnny, how is it Friday already? How?
Yo,
How?
we about to be on the last Friday just like that. And I'm going to be saying, yo, enjoy the rest of your summer.
How, Miss Johnny? Is this what happens when you're successful? Time just flies.
This what happens, yo, when you successful. Yo, it's just gone.
Uh,
Man, but yo, we made it.
we did. First week. How is everybody feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. And some of these new heartbeats, Miss Simone, they got it.
Come on.
They got it. And I'm talking about the heartbeats, the new heartbeats who are doing more than the bare minimum.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like, don't get me wrong, y'all. It's nothing wrong with, just showing up, do your job, go home. That's the normal way. That's how the world programs us. You show up, you do what you gotta do, and then you go home. But for some of us, we gotta do more than just a bare minimum, more than what's expected. And some of these new heartbeats been showing up to winning Wednesdays. Some of these new heartbeats been showing up to thriving Thursdays. Yo, we had a whole situation last night, yo.
Come
All
on.
young Black kings was on Thriving Thursdays. Yo, new heartbeats, yo, telling their story, yo. Shout out to my man Tay, yo, Dante, because he the one that really kind of like kicked it off, yo. He just started HeartSmiles on Monday and already committed himself to everything, even outside of just youth works.
Think come through. Y'all are ready. Y'all are right. Welcome to the fam. Keep it up. Keep
Yo,
it
already
up.
asking for project work, already doing little other side things with some of the other heartbeats and stuff. Like, yo, it's just a beautiful thing to watch. Like, people like that, those are the ones that's going to be like at the top.
Yes, top. And I just love you always say this, Miss John. I love when you say it's like everybody has something in them. Okay, like it's not anything like just give them the environment to thrive and succeed. And the ones who are hungry are gonna go get it.
They going to
They're
get it.
gonna go get it.
They going to go get it, yo. Yo, and if it ain't no food on the plate, they going to go hunt, get the food, and bring it back, and then share it with somebody else, yo.
Oh, you better preach, Miss Johnny. Did
I'm
y'all
just
catch that?
saying, y'all.
Did y'all
I'm
catch
just saying, we ain't bare minimum type people, yo. I mean, that just ain't us.
it? We're gonna do it. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it.
We gotta do it.
Oh,
Yo,
I love this.
guess who's holding their top spot today, Miss Simone?
I just come on, Queen Bree. Come on, Queen.
Breezy, yo. Breezy was the first one on, yo. Yo, I started the live maybe about 9:40 or so. Yo, she was bam, just like that, yo.
Ready with Miss Sherry on her back. You got her there. When you see Bree, you see Mama Sherry.
No,
Okay.
mine wasn't at the top today, but but Breezy held it down. Good morning, Bree. Yo, you the first one on. I think you've been first all all week except for maybe one day.
Yeah. I feel like for the rest of the days.
For the rest of the week, you held us down the whole entire season one. Now you on track to hold us down whole entire season two. Yo, it's good to see you as the first person on this morning. So good morning to you.
Morning. Yes.
Yo, I know you got something special planned for us, Miss Simone. You ready to say good morning to these teens? And I just got maybe like two small little updates, and that's it. You
Let's do
ready?
it. Let's do it. Come
Yo,
on. Come on.
team comment. Where y'all at? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning,
Yo,
y'all.
AKA Team Cold in the summer, yo. And you know why we say that, Miss Simone?
How do we say it, Miss Johnny?
That means that when everybody is doing what's normal, you gotta do what is like what you gotta do in terms of your success. When everybody else is flexing and stuff during the summer, you working and stacking. At
Hello.
night, when everybody else is in the bed sleep, yo, you up thinking and bringing your vision to life. Like, yo, that's what it mean. That's what I mean when I say, yo, you just cold in the summertime. Like, yo, you doing what's necessary when everybody else just doing what's normal, yo.
That gave me chills. Come on, cold in the summer. Come on, cold
Come
in the
on, man. Team coming. Where y'all at? Hey, yo. Team Dominique. Team Dom, where y'all at? Good morning.
morning. Good morning.
Yo, Team Dominique, aka Dominators.
I love it.
Yo,
Love it.
if you don't dominate your place in this world, people gonna tell you where to sit. Yo, Team Dominators ain't letting nobody tell them where they sit. They walking in saying, give me my seat. Yo, my seat is in the front row. I'm not sitting in the back seat of my life.
Hello.
I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting in the passenger seat of my life. I'm sitting in the driver's seat of my life, yo. That's what it means when you dominating your situation, yo. That don't have nothing to do with ego. That ain't got nothing to do with pride, yo. In the most humblest way possible, sit me up front, please.
Period. Good morning, team Dominique. Dominators.
Yo, Team Evan, where y'all at, man? Good morning, Team Evan.
Morning.
Yo, AKA Team Everyday I Bake Bread.
Love that
And
one.
don't think that your bread is just your money. Yes, your bread is your money, but it's the things that lead to your money, yo. Like what you got in your oven.
Hello.
Some of us got some things that ain't taking us nowhere in our oven, and we need to take those things out and we need to put in our oven the things that's going to nourish our success, that's going to nourish our minds, that's going to nourish our hearts. That's what I mean when we say we breaking bread, y'all. We baking bread. Things that's going to nourish you and help you grow, yo. Like, why you got things around you and connected to you that ain't bringing you no value?
You got stale bread and you want fresh, hot and ready.
Stale bread, we want fresh. That's why we bake every day, Miss Simone.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay.
Good morning, Team Evan. Hey, Team Luke.
Hey, y'all.
Y'all here today? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, Team Legendary, yo. That's Team Luke right there. Legends in the making, yo. Don't even know it sometimes. But the world gonna find out. You ain't even gotta scream it to the mountaintop. All you gotta do is walk in your legendary state, and people gonna notice, yo.
Yes.
People gonna notice. It's gonna get to a point where you ain't even gotta introduce yourself because other people gonna be introducing you. Your brand is gonna introduce you. Yo, whatever logo you built, that's gonna introduce you, yo. That's how you know you a legend, yo. When you done left this world, but what you created is still living through other people, yo.
Absolutely.
What you created is still on this world, still alive and breathing long after they done buried you in the grave, yo. That's a legend, yo.
Royalty. Come on. Good morning, y'all.
Come through. Team Tremaine, are y'all up this morning?
Yes. Yes.
Good morning, Team Tremaine, aka Team You Tripping if you think I'm slipping.
That's it. That's it.
Yo, just because you don't see it don't mean it ain't happening. Yo, in the most humblest way possible, you play yourself if you ever think you playing me, yo. You never catch them slipping, yo. Never catch us slipping. Like, come on. It's all about success. It's all about boss moves. It's all about doing what you need to do to level yourself up and not just yourself, but you know that you are obligated to bless somebody else once you've been blessed. That's an obligation.
Easily. Easily. Y'all better do it. Never slip.
Yo, right?
Never.
Right? And yo, the real bosses keep other bosses around them. They help create other bosses. Because don't ever get it twisted, yo. If you the only leader, if you the only boss, then you really ain't no leader. You really ain't no boss.
You need a whole team around you. Go ahead.
Whole team, y'all. Whole team, y'all.
Good
Team
morning.
Brandon.
I was gonna say, speaking of bosses, hello.
Speaking of bosses, good morning, Team Brandon. Where y'all at, y'all? Team AKA Team Boss Moves Only. That's it. Ain't no weak moves over here, y'all. Ain't no weak moves over here. If you ain't making a boss move, yo, just freeze yourself. Put yourself on pause until you can get yourself in the mindset of a boss to make the rest of your moves, yo.
Yes,
And
y'all.
Miss Simone, did you know boss moves ain't necessarily loud moves, yo?
That's really the key. Um,
People think just because you loud, just because you sing, you a boss. Like, nah, yo. Mm-mm. Bosses are humble, yo. Bosses ain't gotta be loud. Bosses let their actions speak for them, yo. Bosses let what they do speak for them, yo. Trust and believe, yo. The loudest one in the room is probably the most emptiest one because empty vessels make the most noise. Tell them
oh,
I said it.
Miss Joni, empty vessels make the most noise.
They make the most noise, yo.
Telling me they ain't got
Dying
no.
to be seen, dying to be heard, because that's all you got. But when
Mm-mm-mm.
you got value, yo,
You
people
just
can't turn a blind eye. It's just already there. You
come.
ain't gotta make all this irrelevant noise. Yo, people want popularity. They don't want purpose. When you making boss moves, you ain't in it for to be popular. You in it to show your purpose.
Miss Joni, why you
They
got all
don't hear me, Miss Simone. Don't nobody paying me no attention right now, and that's all good, y'all. Nobody paying me no attention, and that's all fine, yo. I'm all good. Cause you know what? Team entanglement still representing.
team entanglement?
Team entanglement. If you ain't got no mentor yet, you team entanglement. But you know what? This should be the last day for team entanglement. We trying to dismantle team entanglement. So if you still don't have a mentor, I don't care where you from, even if you're not YouthWorks affiliated, we want to make sure that you are connected with mentors. Because when you connected with mentors, then you ain't in it by yourself. Nobody does anything great by themselves. You can do some things good, you can do some things average, you might be mediocre at best, but if you want to do something great, you need mentors and people around you, and that's our purpose. Our mentors ain't there to beat you over your head for time clock situations. No, we're going to take care of that on the back end. And if you fall off, you just fall off. Our mentors are here to make sure you grow. If you had goals coming into this summer job, our mentors want to make sure that you reach those goals. If you wanted to start a business, or if you are now inspired to start a business coming into this, we want to make sure you get that business off the ground. Yo, if your goal is to make $500 on top of the YouthWorks money you getting, your goal is our goal. We want to put you in positions to make that money. Yo, get off of team entanglement, get you connected to a mentor. And if you having problems, if you don't have one, let me know, yo. We want to get you connected to a mentor. No more team entanglement after today, y'all. That gotta be our goal, y'all.
I love it. I love it. No more entanglement.
No more entanglements, y'all. We're gonna get you something real, something solid. And just two quick announcements. No, really three, but three really quick announcements. Remember, I told y'all part of y'all situation, y'all was gonna have to do some surveys. Like this is your job, but also some surveys. That first survey is ready. It's only 6 questions, y'all. And it's real simple. And the link is in the bio on Instagram at HeartSmiles MD. Take that survey anytime today and just let your mentors know when you've taken that survey.
Done.
Easy peasy, yo. Easy peasy. Just do it today before the end of our workday today. Anytime. Easy peasy. Second thing, we got new heartbeat orientation. This is not mandatory, y'all. This is something that our seasoned heartbeats put together, the heartbeat leaders, because they recognize that a lot of the new heartbeats want a little bit more. You want to be more involved. You want to understand a little bit more about what it means to be a heartbeat and all the other things and all the opportunities that HeartSmiles has available to you. So they are taking time out of their busy day to do an orientation for any new heartbeat that wants to be further connected. So connect with any mentor and they will give you the information. Any mentor will be able to give you the information. So that's that. And then the last thing is I saw Miss Carmen put a comment in the chat to say that you guys got to sign something. I don't know exactly what that is, but whatever it is, I'm going to figure out what it is. And I'm going to post maybe like a screenshot or something on the story so that y'all can see what it is. Sign that, give it back to YouthWorks. We don't want no problems with nobody money. That's the last thing we want. We don't want no problems with nobody money. So with that, Miss Simone, what we doing?
That was great. Did we have any guests at the door? Anybody knocking?
We definitely got somebody knocking at the door. I don't even know who this is, y'all. I guess we about to find out.
Find out. In for a treat, y'all. In for a treat.
Hey. Reality Adams. Am I saying that right?
Oh, take
good morning, baby. You on mute, but good morning.
Good morning.
We can hear you now. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi.
How you feeling?
Nervous, but
I know. You want to tell everybody a little bit about who you are?
Sure. I'm Reality Adams. Some things that I like to do, I like cooking, going to the mall. I'm a sneakerhead, so I gotta get my sneakers when they come out. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, like I gotta get them when they come out, especially Jordans. Like I gotta get me some Jordans when they come out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I'm cooking. I got y'all when it's Corona over. I got y'all. I'm gonna make y'all some food.
Okay, Reality. Lamb chop, pork chops, Caribbean food. I said, oh, honey, we're putting you in the kitchen for real. Okay.
Got to. Yo, you a new heartbeat? I see them putting Team Brandon in there.
Yeah, I'm a new heartbeat.
Wow, yo, welcome. That's amazing, yo. Is this our first new heartbeat on Success Sessions?
I think, no. Well, Nevaeh counts as like an old kind of distant family heartbeat. I don't know for sure, but definitely on mine. This might be.
I think you're the first, yo. Yeah. Nevaeh is definitely, she a heartbeat. I can't even really count her as new because we kind of knew her before. This is a brand new face I ain't never seen before a day of my daggone life. Didn't even know the full baby existed. Welcome and thank you for being brave enough to do this. Like, this is amazing. You setting a new standard, baby, and you opening up the doors for these new heartbeats. So thank you.
Thank you.
I love it. Reality, you want to tell everybody why we're here and what we're going to talk about today?
Okay, so today we're going to talk about bullying. I was inspired from yesterday's show, like when he came out about his story, and I have one of my own that I want y'all to know, like the people that's getting bullied and stuff, y'all not alone. And just because we have a reputation and stuff that, like, okay, like he said yesterday that he's big and they expect him to fight. No one has time for that. Like, I got stuff to do. I want to be somebody. I don't have time to be going to jail and going to court and having stuff on my record. So sometimes it's good to just walk away and just walk away. And yeah, that's it.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen because we have a quick video, and then
Reality, they saying drop your IG in the chat too while Miss Simone getting the screen up.
Okay, I got you.
Right. Can y'all see this okay? All right.
Parents at a Baltimore City charter say the school isn't doing enough to stop it.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, it got so bad, one student made a heartbreaking decision that almost cost her her life.
Oh, he doesn't sleep.
Reality Adams is 14 years old.
She is silly. Oh, goofy.
She's a daughter and a sister.
She's a great cook. I can cook.
The heartbeat of this household.
Well, she's her name. Reality Adams.
But lately, life for Reality has lost its joy.
She's been harassed, bullied, assaulted. It's just been a living hell, if I could say.
The 8th grader attends Kip Ujima Village Academy and says bullying has been a problem for years. It's gotten so bad, Reality says she's physically fought other students. Her mother has filed bullying complaints and sent emails to school leaders.
This has been rough, like going to school, staying focused, and then worrying about this. I can't go to the bathroom by myself. I don't go to the bathroom by myself.
Kip has held mediation meetings with the students. It hasn't worked.
It makes me angry because she should feel safe in school. I just feel that it's unfair on her, and then you have the school saying, well, why don't you just transfer her? No, I feel like, why don't you fix the problem?
In April, it escalated when Reality and another student physically fought. We're told it happened next to a school administrator.
And he just pulls me away, like telling me to calm down. It's not that serious. A girl just hit me, and you were right there. I came to you to avoid the situation, and you didn't do anything.
Reality was treated at Sinai for eye socket trauma. This school police report labeled the incident a common assault. Her mother filed a claim with the Department of Juvenile Services for alleged second-degree battery.
It's just the school wasn't doing anything, and my mom tried everything. I seen her on the phone for hours, texting people, calling people, trying to get them to stop. And everything that we did or everything that we had done is not working, and that stare coming up to me. And I'm like, I can't take it.
The next day, Reality made a devastating decision, ending her life to end the bullying.
She's supposed to be sleeping in the next room, and her friend calls me 2 o'clock in the morning to say, Miss Nikki, Reality just took a lot of pills. And I'm asleep, so I almost felt like I was dreaming. And I got up and I went into her room, and she's just sitting on the end of the bed, like out of it. She's sitting up, but she's out of it. And I said, did you take pills? Did you take pills? And I seen the pills, and I just immediately called the ambulance to come and get her.
Did you think you were going to lose your daughter?
Yes. It was like moments of her whole life flashing all at one time. Good, bad, parks, walks. It was just like a flash of all this stuff from her. And I was just like, I can't lose my baby like this. I can't lose my baby. I can't lose my baby.
It was like, my last night is gonna be right now. Just seeing my mother's face. And I'm like, that's the only person that I'm gonna see. Her and the people at the hospital.
You thought you were going to die?
I didn't feel myself. I felt myself letting go.
She was rushed to the hospital. Her mother says her stomach was pumped. Reality was placed on suicide watch for 2 days before returning home.
She's 14. A 14-year-old shouldn't even have those type of thoughts. She hasn't even lived her life. She has so much more life to live. That should be the furthest thing from her mind.
Nearly 2 weeks later, a circuit court judge issued peace orders against students at KIPP, ordering them to stay away from Reality. We're not naming them because they are minors, but Project Baltimore spoke to the families of 2 of the students who told us it goes both ways. They claim at times Reality has been the aggressor, but they did not provide documentation. Either way, one thing they all seem to agree on is that there is a problem at the school, and it's not being handled.
I want something to be done.
KIPP declined an interview, but gave us this statement. Since this situation was brought to our attention, KIPP Baltimore teachers and staff have addressed the concerns of the students involved and taken every step to ensure the safety of all students. In order to protect the privacy of our students, we are not at liberty to discuss the details of this case. Reality's mother says the peace orders are a step in the right direction, but a piece of paper only does so much to keep her daughter safe.
I want justice. I want them to get the consequences they need to leave me alone. Like, they're not stopping. They don't care. Whatever we do, they don't care. They're still gonna pick and pick and pick until something happens.
Baltimore City Schools also gave us a statement saying in part that reports of bullying are taken extremely seriously. You can read their entire statement online at foxbaltimore.com.
So, Chris,
Reality, okay?
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm fine.
Thank you so much for coming up here. And I'm going to be quiet. I'll let you tell your piece, but just want to let you know we love you and we're so happy you're here.
Where we gonna start? We're gonna start from the first day I went to that school, and the reason why I went to the school is because where I went to school at first was the ghetto, and it was not safe for me. I was fighting all day, like it was just too much going on, and I want more for myself. Like I don't. I'm my family's way out, so I'm like I need to get from this environment. So my mother moved me to KIPP, thinking it was gonna be a better place. So we went through that process, and then I finally got into the school, and it was my first day, and I saw the group of girls, and I'm like, I'm looking, like I'm the type of person that look at people before I, condone in them and be friends with them. I need to sit back and watch and make sure that you're where I want to be. So I just examined, and I'm like, nope. I already see that they're not for me. So they try to talk to me. I'm like, okay, hi, trying to be nice, my first day. So and another group of girls, they were saying real sweet and real nice, not too much. I'm like, okay, let me hang out with them. So I started hanging out with them, and the group of girls asked me to have lunch with them. And I'm like, no, I don't want to hang out with them. I can catch y'all tomorrow or something. And ever since I said no to that, it's been the H word ever since. Like, we're gonna skip down a little bit. It's 3 weeks into school, and one of the females, they were all picking on this one girl for the longest time before I was even there. And I didn't know that they was picking on her, but I just decided to be friends with her because she seemed nice. So I'm okay. So we became friends, and she told me, like, you need to watch out for them. They're rude, they're mean, they bullying. And I'm like, bullying? They bullying who? She like, me. I'm like, they bullying you? I'm like, no way. So we became friends, and then a couple weeks later, we were both there. Two of the girls came. It's 4 of them. So 2 of the girls came in the classroom. They wasn't even supposed to be in there. Came in the classroom while the teacher's sitting there, knowing that they're not supposed to be there. Came up to my friend and was like, "I want to fight." So one of the girls pushed her, and while they were fighting, the other girl came to me, and I'm like what? Like, what are you here for? You wanted to fight? You said you want to fight? I don't even know you. I want to fight you. I've only been on here for like 2 weeks. Like, why do I want to fight? So she like, I want to fight. And she pushed me. I don't like no hand contact. Like, they expect me to walk away. I can't. Like, you touch me, we're just going to fight. Like, I don't care. So we started fighting, and they took me out the room and yelled at me like, what are you doing? You're new here. You're supposed to set an example and da da da. I'm like, she came in my classroom. I was where I was supposed to be. What are you talking about? And I don't like to disrespect teachers or disrespect adults because that's not how my mother raised me. So I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay, just get me on the phone with my mother so she can talk to you how I want to talk to y'all. Just get me on the phone with my mom. So I told my mom what happened. She was like, I knew this was going to be a problem. I knew it. And so they told us to go home for the rest of the day. And then we came back, and they gave us a suspension papers. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I had never been suspended before. Like, what's going on? Never been suspended. So I'm like, what's going on? Like, when they gave me that paper, I just started bust out crying because, like, I'm like, no, I don't want that on my record. I didn't know if she touched me, I wasn't supposed to hit her back, or we both was getting suspended. Like, who would have thought? Me defending myself, I'm still gonna get in trouble. So I might as well throw the first hit if we was gonna get in trouble anyway. So we both got in trouble that day, and my mom fought to get the suspension off my record because I never been suspended before, ever. Never. And that really hurted me. Like, when we were in the meeting with the parents and stuff, like, I just started busting out crying. Like, I don't want that on my record. So we finally got that off, and we like, okay, maybe this is it. Then the rest of the girls started picking. So we're gonna skip down for like this happened the whole 2 years I was there. So we're gonna skip down some. Um, came in the school one day and they surrounded me in the bathroom. I went to the bathroom. I'm like, I gotta use the bathroom. That's when I found out that yeah, I can't go to the bathroom by myself because I don't carry mace or knives, none of that. So I'm like, I'm not going to the bathroom by myself. It goes in the bathroom, no one's in there. So I'm using the bathroom. I come out. They surrounded me in the bathroom. One by the door, the rest is just around the bathroom. And I'm just sitting in my mind thinking like, oh, here we go. Like, I'm too pretty for this. Like, I don't have time for this. I need to get to class. Because we had time periods. Like, we had times to be in the bathroom. I need to hurry up, go back to class. So, like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? We're right here. What you gonna do? I'm like, I'm just like mouthing in my head, like, just get away. Like, get away from me. So, like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I didn't say anything. They be like, that's what we thought. And they left out the bathroom. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. I went to go tell the teacher and they didn't do anything. So I called my mother. My mother was like, they did what? They surrounded you? What do you mean? I'm like, she like, did you tell someone? I told the teacher. She basically told me to go back to class. And she was like, she told you to go back to class? I'm like, yep, she didn't care. So we waited on a couple more days. They did something like that again, but this time it was in the hallway. I was late to school. I think I had a doctor's appointment late for school, and they surrounded me again. And I'm like, here we go with this. Here we go with this. But this time they didn't. One of the girls bumped me, and I'm like, she bumped me, not like she did it by accident. Like she really bumped me like hard. And I'm like, trying to change. So I just walked away and I told the teacher. She like, did she bump you? Or trying to make excuses for her. Like, did she bump you? Or like, did she like walk past and like little touch you? Like, I'm like, my shoulder hurt. So she bumped me like hard. Maybe it was by accident. I feel like it was by accident. How can you say that was by accident? You wasn't there. Like what? So I'm like, okay, we're gonna let this slide again. Call my mom. She called the principal. He said, let me go talk to the girls. And it was by accident. I'm like, it wasn't, it couldn't have been. Like my shoulder hurts. Like I went to the nurse, like my shoulder hurt. So they're like, it was by accident. So now we're gonna skip to them physically touching my stuff. So I didn't know that I had to put a lock on my locker for somebody not to take all my stuff out my locker and throw it on the floor. So they took all my stuff out my locker and threw it on the floor. And I'm like, I'm walking up to my locker. I'm like, is that all my stuff? And I'm stuck looking at the papers and it was my stuff. I'm like, wow, really? So I went to the principal. He's supposed to, help us or whatever. Went to the principal and he didn't do anything. I asked him, I said, can you look at the cameras? Because they're like, how do you know that they did it? I'm like, you're right. I don't know, but can you check the cameras? He said the cameras was broke. I'm like, okay, but an incident happened where they said that I came up to them, but I was going to my locker. That locker is not by my locker. So they said I went up to them, but they were by my locker and the cameras work all of a sudden. Like, it was like 2 weeks ago when they threw my stuff out my locker and you said the cameras didn't work, but 2 weeks later, the cameras all of a sudden work. Like, no, it's not. There's no way that them cameras didn't work that day. So we're gonna go where I fought one of the girls, another one of the girls, not for one of the other girls, and we was in the bathroom. This is after thousands of mediations that didn't work, that they disrespected their parents in the mediation. They try to disrespect my mother in the mediation, and my mother was like, just chill, because don't disrespect my mother. Like you're crossing something when you do that. Like that got under my skin to the point where I wanted to get off the table. Like, I just walked out the whole meeting because you can disrespect your mother if that's okay with her, but you're not gonna disrespect mine. And I'm standing right here. So I left out the room. I can't, nope, can't do it. So it was some more days after that. One of the other girls, she was like, if you have a problem with me or you hear something, just come to me. I'm like, okay, maybe she's trying to be the bigger person here. So someone did say that she wanted to fight with me or whatever, or she was planning on getting me banked after school. So I'm like, okay, I went to her. She's like, I'm in the bathroom. I'm like, I'm in the bathroom. Why can't we just talk? I'm like, I didn't even think. I'm like, okay, why not? Went in the bathroom, we was talking, and two of her friends came in. And she like, so what you want to do? You want to fight? I'm like, what? I'm like, so this is a setup. And she like, so what you want to do? You want to fight? I'm like, what? I'm like, get on my face, just get on my face. So I went to use the bathroom, and I comes out, she taking off her clothes. I'm like, I'm gonna have to defend myself again. Like, who has time for this? So she pushed me, and we started fighting in the bathroom. Of course, I'm the only one that got in trouble, even though I didn't do anything. I got in trouble. She didn't get in trouble. They wound up suspending me. No, it wound up being a whole lot of fights that day, and they wound up not suspending me. I had to just go home for 2 days. So, and then I had to come back and get 2 days of in-school suspension when she got nothing, and she's the one that pushed me. And I felt like that wasn't fair. Like, she pushed me. Why am I the only one in school suspension and had to stay home for 2 days missing work because she put her hands on me? And I'm the type of student that I love. My work is my main priority. Like, that's my main priority. That's my way out. Like, I gotta do good in school. So I missed school that day, them 2 days for nothing, and they didn't give me my work. I asked for my work. They said you get it when you come back. What type of I get it when I come back? That don't even make sense. So I got my work when I came back, and it was another issue with another one of the girls, and that issue got crazy to the point where I'm like, yeah, no, they need to stay away from me. This is maybe like the next year. This went down for 2 years straight. So the next year that we went to school, they said that I was getting someone to bank them. I'm like, this came out of nowhere. They told the principal, boom, I straight got sent home for no reason because they said that they thought that I was gonna bank them. No one said that. Y'all don't have no text messages or none of that. I have text messages, screenshots, videos of them, saying stuff saying that they're gonna do to me or whatever. And when I give that to them, they look at it, and to the teachers or the principal, they look at it, but they don't put no action towards it. But as soon as they come to them about me, oh yeah, you gotta go home. Oh yeah, we gotta call your mother and let her know about this. Their mother said themselves that they didn't know that most of this stuff was going on with their child. How is this possible if they said that they contacted y'all and y'all know and stuff like that? What? So it goes on another couple weeks after that incident happened where they said I was going to bank them and I got in trouble for nothing. So this is when I told my mother that I don't want them near me. And she like, okay, I got you. So that's when we had to do restraining orders because it got to the point where it was just too much for me. And I'm like, I need them to stay away from me. I don't have time to keep calling my friends to leave out their classroom, to stop doing their work, to walk into the bathroom, or get a teacher to walk into the bathroom, or get a teacher to lock me in the bathroom. Like, who has time for that? So I'm like, Ma, I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. And I didn't want to leave the school because they ran two other girls out for bullying them, and I'm more strong and powerful for that. Like, you're not gonna kick me out the school. No, that's not gonna happen. So we got the restraining orders. It was some holiday or something, so we didn't go to school for them 2 weeks. We came back, and the girl violated the restraining order. I think you only had 3 times to violate. So she violated it the first day. So we told the principal, like, hey, I got these papers on them and they need to stay away from me. That didn't even happen. So we had days where we went outside. I went outside one day. This is when we still have recess. I went outside one day. They went outside another day. Every time it was my day to come out, it was always an issue. When it was time for them to go out, I had a teacher that I sent her classroom. We talk and laugh and stuff. So I didn't have a problem with staying in. But every time it was my day to go out, it would be a problem. I would go outside and then they would come outside and they would look at me like, what? You're not going to do nothing. What? And we out here, what? I'm like, it's sad that I had to go inside, even though it wasn't even my day to go inside. I'm gonna go inside to be the bigger person, even though I did tell the teachers they didn't do anything. Oh well, we don't know anything about that. I have a paper that says when they're supposed to be out, when am I supposed to be out. They didn't pay that no mind, so I had to go back in. Like all the times, the situations that happened, like I always got in trouble for it. And we did bullying reports, all types of reports, all types of steps before we went to the courts. Because who wants to do that? Who wants that on their child record? I didn't even want that on their record because bullying is not something cute. They won't even let you in some schools for that. I don't want that. So we tried to do all the steps before we did the court stuff. So we did the court stuff, and we know, like I said, the days that we had to go outside, they didn't follow that at all. So we had to go back to court because now it's like they're not paying this no mind at all. So we went to the court visiting that for hours just to see the judge, just to tell him that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So They had to go to court. I don't know what happened with them, but they had to go back to court. So now it's time for graduation time. The time is supposed to be fun, supposed to be happy, you're just supposed to be living it. No, I got food thrown at me, house food in the auditorium. Food thrown at me. And I'm like, they're not even supposed to be in here. Like, I ain't say anything because they wasn't messing with me. They're not even supposed to be in here. We're supposed to be separated from each other. We're not even supposed to be in the same room together. If I'm in the bathroom, they gotta leave. Like, they shouldn't be nowhere near me, which they didn't. We were in the bathroom. They wouldn't leave the bathroom at all. If I'm in the bathroom first, you're not supposed to be in the bathroom. Yeah, they didn't pay that no mind. So graduation time, we're supposed to be graduating, no practicing graduation. And that was H2. Like, that was just terrible. Like, I didn't like it. I felt like I had to keep looking over my back because me and the other girl, our name starts in the same row. So we had to be in the same row together. But they had to move her down. Every time I turned around, she was behind me. That's no, if I have beef with somebody, don't put them behind me. They're not supposed to be. So my mom wound up just calling the police. Like, look, they're not paying no, the teachers no mind. Y'all gotta do something about it. You know, of course everyone's calling me a snitch, I'm a rat, blah 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 blah. Even when I did the court papers, I'm a rat, I'm a snitch. Now they said that most of the other kids started picking on me too. And I'm like, wow, now I got the whole school against me because I did something to protect myself. Whole school's against me, don't like me for no reason. Some of my friends stopped talking about friends stopped talking to me because of the news situation. Like, I felt like the news situation was gonna fix the problem or somewhat let everybody know what's happening. No, they made memes about me. Students, not the girls, students. They made memes about me. They called me a snitch. They called me a news face in school. I was called news face. I had stuff thrown at me. I had so much stuff going on where the principal asked me, do he want me to transfer? Do he want to transfer me? What in the world? Why would I want to leave if they're picking on me? I'm not leaving. Like, that's a sign of weakness to me. And they gonna have a win if I leave. So I'm not leaving. So they had a win, and I was thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, why not just go? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do it. And graduation time was like so like hard for me because it's supposed to be fun. I'm supposed to be living life, not trying to kill myself over this situation. Like, the news said I only tried to kill myself once, but it was multiple times I tried to kill myself. The news situation like made me look up like, okay, boom, God wants me here for a reason. So I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna live it out. God wants me here because I tried multiple ways, and it would have succeeded if God didn't have nothing for me. So I'm like, okay, God want me here, so I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna rock it out. He wants me here. So graduation time comes, and it was hard because they said that they wouldn't have been in the same room as me. They told my mom that, and they told the police that, which was a lie. All the practices they were near me, like the restraining order from the teacher. All the teacher had copies of it, so they wasn't supposed to be near me at all. Yeah, the teachers didn't care about that. It was just a piece of paper to them. They were always near me, always. Like, the restraining order didn't even help. They were always near me, always find a way to come near me. And line, a lunch line, they supposed to wait till I get my lunch. Nope, they're in the same line with me, behind me at that. And I'm like, here we go with this, here we go with this. And every time I would tell a teacher, they would just slide it under the rug. Like, all the paperwork that we had of the situations that was going on in that school, they said they lost them, they misplaced them. My mother, she's smart. She has a copy of every single paper that she put out on them. Every paper. She makes a copy of it before she give it back. They said they lost it. So when the police came back up there, I was like, I got the papers. Here you go. This is what's happening. They like, oh, I don't know where I don't know where any of this stuff is. How are you gonna sit here and tell the police that you don't have copies of what's going on in your school? Another thing they try to sweep under the rug. They didn't put none of the bully reports against them. Their parents didn't even know about the bully reports. The bully report's supposed to go to the parent and my parent. They didn't even know about it. So that means y'all never gave it to the parents. Y'all never informed their parents that they're picking on multiple kids, not just me, multiple kids. And the school still try to say that I was the problem. I didn't do anything. I try to stay away from these girls as much as possible, but it wouldn't work, like, at all. at all.
I'm so
And
sorry. We only have 5 more minutes. And this, I know.
Oh,
I need you to tell people what your grades were like during these 2 years while this is all happening because I can't believe it.
during all this, my grades was maxy. Like my grades was really bad. I had A's and B's through this whole issue. I had A's and B's. I was stressed and like I'll go to school and I have a headache. I was stressing to do that work, but I got it done because I want to be somebody. They're gonna look at me I'm gonna look at them on the bus stop while I'm in my whip driving by, like, ooh, dang, she on a bus stop, and I'm that because you picked on me, but I'm that now. Like, look at me. I'm gonna be on their TV screens because I got A's and B's to this day. I got A's and B's. My last report card, I had all A's. I'm gonna be somebody.
You really are reality. You already are somebody. Like you said, God has a purpose for you. You were strong. Thank you for coming up here and sharing your story.
No
If
problem.
I was okay, we'll wait. Miss Joni, is there anybody in the waiting room?
No, ain't nobody in the waiting room. You expecting somebody?
Yeah, because I told Rhea, I'm like, I have this. Okay, let's see.
Dang. Somebody standing Miss Simone up. Let me
No.
find out who it is, Miss Simone, and I get them for you. But they only got literally 3 minutes. So y'all want to drop y'all jewels? Hopefully they come on. If not, I gotta get ready to let these good workers take a break.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Good, because this is. I wanted to make sure. I told reality. I said this story needs to be told. She was ready to tell it, and I love her person because this is. I wanted to make sure. I told reality. I said this story needs to be told. She was ready to tell it, and I love her person because this is. I wanted to make sure. I told reality. I said this. Okay, Amaya's figure. All right, reality. I told you that we have to end on a positive note because your story is still a positive. This is a dark spot in it, but your story is continuing. So I wanted Amaya to come on and sing a song that she has called Reality. I feel like it's very motivating and it like speaks to your story. So this is our I love you and we hope you keep going. And to everyone that know like has been going through stuff or anything in your life, I just hope you know that reality story, Mars story, are living testimonies that no one can stop you or get you down. So I'm gonna shut up because I want y'all to have your break. Amaya, do your thing, baby, and thank you for.
Okay.
And this is the HeartSmiles theme song too. This is my favorite of Maya Murillo song.
Literally, it's your favorite of my Murillo song. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. Reality, reality, reality. I'm gonna make it, cause I can take it. I know I've got it, and there's no stopping. But you see what I'm gonna be, and this ambition. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna keep pushing, running. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna keep pushing, running. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna keep pushing, running. I'm gonna keep pushing, running to make my dreams reality. Waking up early in the morning, throw on some clothes, get straight to writing. Feel like I'm flying, I'm never clouded. When my thoughts get out with paper and pen. Drama that's the past, got no time for that. I'm working towards my dreams, no matter what they do. I'm gonna make them come true. Reality, 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 reality. I'm gonna make it, cause I can take it. I know I've got it, and there's no stopping. But you see what I'm gonna be, and this ambition. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna keep pushing, running. Look at this. Calling me. That's
Haters. It's okay though, because they gotta go on break though. Can we get a 5-second jewel real quick?
For me, I I was listening, and honestly, the story is heartbreaking. I kind of went through the same
5
thing.
seconds, Amaya. I know I'm sorry. You
So
gotta go break.
I would say, don't ever let anybody try to stop your success and try to push you down.
Yay. Miss Simone.
Not weak, you were strong.
Yay. Reality.
Forgive, but don't forget.
Hey, y'all got y'all jewels in. Take your break. Thank y'all for an amazing session. Miss Simone, Monday, I'll see you back. Thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Reality. I see y'all back at 11, y'all. Take your break. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Welcome back from break. Man, we had an amazing first session. Special shout out to Reality, Amaya Murillo, and of course our favorite Miss Simone. Just a quick disclaimer, y'all. Everybody is just telling their own stories. We, HeartSmiles of the team, we don't have anything against any of these schools, none of these systems or nothing like that. I think we all, with our own eyes, recognize some of the things and some of the challenges that our kids are going through and that we need to fix and that we need to help support. But people are allowed in this space to tell their own stories. And everybody can tell their story. So even if it's somebody on the opposite end of what's going on, we welcome you to come and tell your story, because that's the only way that we learn. That's the only way that we gain knowledge. And that's the only way that we're able to really, truly, honestly connect with each other. And we all about connecting here. So let's go ahead and get our 11 o'clock started, y'all. I got a feeling this is going to be an amazing session. We're trying to do something a little different with our COVID situation and how we take you on a tour around the world. But let's see what happens. Hey, Miss Stephanie.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing? Good
Doing well.
morning.
Good morning. So excited to be with you all.
Man, we're super excited, super, super excited. I wanted to just kind of really let you set the stage before I bring the other two on, and then we can go ahead and jump right into it.
Sounds great. And do you have the PowerPoint?
Yes, I do. Did you
Okay,
want me to
great.
put that up like right now? We'll wait till the guests come on.
Oh, so it'll just be me today, and then going forward for the next few weeks, we'll have the guests. But
Got you. Okay, because I got two people in the waiting room, so let me message them and make sure that they ain't lost.
Okay.
All right, cool. So then I'll let you do maybe like a 1 or 2 minute introduction. A lot of these new heartbeats, they don't know who Miss Stephanie is or why she came here. Do a quick introduction. I'll bring up the PowerPoint and we'll get started.
Fantastic. Hi, everyone. I can't see you, but I can feel your energy. And through talking with Joni and Nanette, who works at Bloomberg Philanthropies with me, I'm so in awe of all that you do. And I've been hearing about businesses you guys are starting and all of the work you're doing over the summer. So it's pretty incredible. I can't even imagine taking on as much as you have, especially at your age. But as Joni said, my name is Stephanie Dockery, and I work at Bloomberg Philanthropies. Just to tell you a little bit about the foundation, our mission is to ensure better, longer lives for the greatest number of people. And we work across public health, environment, education, government innovation, and the arts. I'm really lucky to be on the arts team where I manage a couple of programs. And I will be leading you guys through, Friday afternoon culture talks. We'll start off with me this week, and then I'll bring on some fun guests in the subsequent weeks that work in a range of areas. And we are really lucky at the foundation to support the arts as a whole, dance, theater, music, all types of performing arts, visual arts. And so I just want to let you know a little bit about our work and introduce you to myself and my career path, and then we'll get into some questions. And I'm really excited to hear from you guys and hear what you're interested in. So Jane, we can actually pull it up, and I'll just use it as an aid as I'm talking to everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm about to pull it up right now. And if you wanted to, if you have like a separate device, you can pull up the live on YouTube. We have almost about 130 heartbeats joining us.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Super excited for this.
What an amazing network.
Yes, and thank you for putting this together. There we go. Can you see it?
Perfect. So we can actually just go to the first slide. So just to let you guys all know a little bit of my background, I put together this little snapshot of influences for me growing up. I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. So I live in New York City now, but I am originally from Georgia. And I was a serious dancer from age 3 to 18. So you can see the photo in the bottom corner, me with my best friend. We were really serious dancers. And I know some of you are dancers, and it was something that I did every single day for 15 years. But, I loved it, but I never thought of it as a career path. It was just something that I was very passionate about. And I also grew up playing violin, the opposite corner. That's very serious, me getting ready for a recital. So I was always involved in the arts, but it wasn't until I was in high school when I took an art history class. I just really fell in love. And that was the first time for me that I saw the arts as something that I would continue with and something that I would really seriously explore as a career. And I think it's so important for everyone just to keep an open mind about anything that you're interested in and try new things. A place that really shaped me that I didn't realize it was shaping me, but looking back, I spent a lot of time at the High Museum of Art in Atlanta. So that's the High Museum on the top right corner. And for those of you in Baltimore, people, outside of New York City, you hear about New York City as like the place where so many arts are, but it's everywhere. It's in your backyard, it's your community organization, it's the place where you spend a lot of time. And those influences are so critical in shaping you and really inspiring you from a young age. So I just want to encourage everyone to be really open with what's around you and get involved with the places that are around you. From everything I've been hearing about the Heartbeats, you guys are incredibly involved. So just keep going and keep going forward. But yeah, so it really started unknowingly to me with my weekend field trips to museums with my family, some of which I certainly complained about, but now I'm just so grateful that we did it. And then after high school, I went to Williams College. So there's a picture of the campus on the top left corner. And Williams was known for really strong art history and English. And those were two things I really loved. And I was lucky to just keep exploring that at college. And I loved school and I loved, the discussions about art. And it was something that I couldn't really decide on. I was like, I love art history, I love English. So I double majored because I could not decide between one or the other. So that is always an option. And something that I loved about college is it gives you the support, school gives you the support to do things that maybe you wouldn't have done otherwise. So it's easy to facilitate, traveling and going abroad and taking a class that you wouldn't necessarily be interested in otherwise. And then all of a sudden, that class has opened your mind to so many different new disciplines. So for me, college was hugely influential and definitely critical in where I am today. And so again, I loved English, I loved art history, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to go down, a literary path, like work in publishing, or do something with the arts, or kind of combine the two, like advertising, or go into business. Everything was very open, especially graduating. And I graduated into a recession economy, so very, very similar to what you all are seeing now, except I just want to emphasize that what you're experiencing is so beyond what I experienced. I mean, living through a pandemic is unbelievable. And the fact that you have continued to go forward and do this program and virtual learning, I just really can't commend you enough. And even being part of a program like this, you're miles ahead. So after I graduated, as I mentioned, it was a big recession and I was still trying to explore what I wanted to do. But I did know that I wanted to move to New York City, which was a lifelong dream for me. I worked at my school had an organization in New York City where I ran events there, and I used it as a way to really stay engaged with my college. I invited my favorite professors to come to New York City. At Williams is in a remote area of Massachusetts, so that was exciting for them to be able to get out of the mountains. And I created a book and film club that I realized a lot of people felt the way I did in New York, that you wanted a more academic and social experience. For a lot of us that were missing the school experience, it was a really unique gathering place for other alumni to come together. So really keeping that network going. And we created events around books that were made into movies and professors-led discussions. And I think this was the beginning of me starting to realize that keeping in touch with people, and we call it networking, but facilitating those connections and nurturing old ones and developing new ones as you go forward in your life, and really beginning now where you are. It's unbelievable how many of those people will continue to come back to you throughout your career. And just last week I had a conversation with someone that I met my first job in New York. So you never know how people will continue. You can continue to engage with them, but one thing I can say is it's really important to meet as many people as you can, and to do the best job you can do in keeping in touch. So at the end of this year, when I was working at my schools club in the city, the recession was in full swing. And I also realized that while I loved what I was doing, I really wanted to make the full plunge and work in the arts full time going forward. Like, I was figuring out my career path, and I thought that for me, the best way to do that, particularly during a recession, was to go to grad school. I studied everything I could at school, but something that I realized was a hole in my education was twofold. A, I didn't have a lot of experience with Asia and Asian cultures, and we were being told at the time, the next new wave is going to be in China, it's going to be in Asia, that's where the world is going. So I moved to Singapore and got a master's in art business at a place called Sotheby's Institute. And through that program, I was able to travel around Asia. We study different business models, particularly for arts, galleries, museums, different auction houses, art fairs, several nonprofits in Hong Kong, Indonesia, Vietnam, Australia, Thailand, Manila. And it's, again, the kind of thing that a school can really help support, because I didn't know the countries, I wouldn't have known where to go. So I was very fortunate to do that. And I don't think that grad school is a must, but I will say that I think for me, it helped give me a lot more direction, and it helped get in the door in a lot of places. So I was there for 2 years in Singapore, and I came back to New York City after graduating and got a job at a small nonprofit called the Arts and Business Council of New York, which is under a larger nonprofit called Americans for the Arts. It's an arts advocacy organization that was instrumental in developing the NEA, the National Endowment for the Arts. So it's great to have the small nonprofit experience, because when you're in a small organization, there were only 5 of us, including the executive director, you get a lot of experience and a lot of responsibility, especially as a young person. When you're not in a larger structure, there's still a lot to do, and they need people to do it. So it's you have a lot of opportunities to develop yourself as a leader early on, or in your case, continue developing yourself as a leader. And I think I had been very focused on the visual arts, and I had a really expanded idea of, maybe I'll work in a gallery, maybe I'll work for an auction house. So if you've heard the words, Sotheby's or Christie's or auction houses. But then I realized working in this art service organization, I had visibility with dance organizations, theater companies, and I had grown up as a dancer, but I never really thought of what a dance organization did. Museums, and you really understand that even if you love a certain type of the arts, working in the arts, it's more about developing those skills to support an organization. So learning how to raise money, learning how to market and get people to come to the shows, reaching new audiences through community engagement, doing professional development programs. So all of those things were really critical in supporting an organization. And because we worked with so many organizations throughout New York City, it was a great way to get introduced to the arts field in New York. I ran a multicultural arts management internship program, a network for young people starting to work in the arts called ELNIA, Emerging Leaders of New York Arts. You guys could actually go on elnia.org even today and learn about events and the different things that emerging leaders, people in their early to mid 20s talk about in trying to develop organizations and support the places where they work. And I ran a leadership institute with my executive director, and we helped capacity building for mid-sized organizations as well as supporting individuals who worked in those organizations. So it was a great experience. I was there for a few years. I learned so much. Again, just being able to be at a small organization at that point in my career, I did a lot more than if I had worked at a really large organization and was siloed into a department. So after a few years there, I went to Lincoln Center, where you can see me running in front of the fountain in that middle photo. Lincoln Center is in New York City, and it's the largest performing arts organization in the world. I raised money for the organization, planned some events. I even got to produce a few concerts. So I was working corporate sponsorship, and I was able to produce a concert for some of our sponsors, one which included Bloomberg at the time. We did a big silent disco for the headquarters. So if you guys have met Nanette, I worked with Nanette when I was at Lincoln Center, and it's, again, you never know where your life will take you. So now I'm fortunate to work with her at Bloomberg. But it was a really amazing experience to be at this performing arts organization, because again, there's everything happening on the campus at any given time. There's ballet happening, there's opera, there's the Philharmonic, so they're playing, orchestral shows. You have some Tony Award-winning theater productions happening at the same time. And then you have all of these free programs, particularly in the summer. So tourists, people from all over New York converge on our plaza and are dancing outside. And it was just an amazing, there's amazing energy and a way to learn not only about a lot of different arts organizations, but a way to learn about how to support a really large arts organization, particularly in a time where arts are losing money. So I went from, a very small organization to the biggest organization, and got to learn more there and have more visibility with different types of corporate supporters, which is what I was largely focused on. And some of my favorite memories, everyone loves seeing the Nutcracker. At the time, Hamilton was really big, and one of the stars, Daveed Diggs, came to speak at our conference, so I got to shadow him. I worked on a diversity and inclusion panel for our president at the time, and I even helped organize an impromptu engagement. So there's always something happening that was really exciting. And summer, when a lot of people wind down, was when we really ramped up. So it was a really busy job. There's no such thing as 9 to 5. You're just always working, but you're always really stimulated and working with really smart people who are passionate, but also just trying to do the best they can do to support the arts in New York. So now at Bloomberg, I manage our Public Art Challenge and our Bloomberg Connects programs. We can go to the next slide, please. So our Public Art Challenge is a program that Bloomberg Philanthropies launched in October 2014, and we offer up to $1 million each to US cities with 30,000 residents or more for temporary public art projects. We're currently on the challenge's second round, which received over 200 applicants with 5 winners. So all of the cities you see in front of you are the 5 winning cities that we'll be working with over the 2-year period. And this program really grew out of Mike Bloomberg's 12 years as mayor, where there were over 500 temporary public art projects done in the city. And, public art, what is it? Temporary public art is basically something that comes up. It's only there for a small amount of time. So it's not, a statue that's been there for decades. And it's exciting. So people interact with it in ways that they would not normally interact with a piece of art, because it's only there for a limited amount of time. And it really energizes people to come out, talk to one another, to get it up. Different city departments, nonprofits work together in ways that they normally wouldn't. So it's really interesting collaboration that happens between mayors and artists, which is not something that you see, and definitely not something, starting to work in the arts that I thought was even a career possibility. And all of these projects that were done while Mike was mayor were found to be really unique contributions to New York City's economy and quality of life for all of the residents. And doing these projects, we've seen over and over again how these temporary public art projects in big urban areas can offer, visual excitement, and we see civic benefits happening and tourism happening in the cities and neighborhoods become revitalized. And so our goal in this project is to really address critical issues and take advantage of artists' really unique problem-solving abilities. So all of these projects that you see before you, they all demonstrated a significant civic need. And I will go through each city to let you guys know a little bit more about them. Next slide, please. So we're working in Anchorage, which is very exciting. I'd never been to Alaska before. So now I travel to Alaska a lot, when we are able to travel and get on planes again. But the city of Anchorage is working with the Anchorage Museum, which is the leading museum in the city of Anchorage. And they're addressing climate change and urban revitalization and immigration. So like wide-ranging critical issues. You would never know it, but Anchorage is one of the most diverse cities in the United States. They have over 100 languages spoken there and many native nations. And so the city also has this issue with a lot of parking lots, a lot of covered parking lots throughout the city. And so there was this dilapidated building. It was going to become another covered parking lot. And they had this brilliant idea to, instead of turn it into another public parking lot, let's turn this into a space where artists can come together with residents and local nonprofits and develop these really creative projects with community members. So think like a think tank or an incubator space. And they have conversations and workshops. And as a result of these conversations about immigration and issues with climate change, artists are inspired by the community and work with the community to create public art projects. So in the bottom left corner, you can actually see, if you see these, they look like large wooden rods. It's called Wheeze Up 2, and the artist Merrick Ranis addressed climate change and forest fire. So Anchorage has been having, of course, they're on the edge of the country, so they experience climate change at twice the rate as the rest of the country. Also, they have these incredibly hot summers recently, which have led to a lot of forest fires. So think of like the forest fires we've been seeing in California. And so these rods really harken to the forest fires that have been, demolishing forests, but also with the raised temperatures, there is a spruce bark beetle that has been eating trees. And so places where there were hundreds of acres of trees, now it's just a wide open space. So people literally don't even recognize their homes. They lived in the woods and now it's just a wide open plain area. So this really calls attention to that twofold issue that it's been happening. In the bottom right corner, that's one of many workshops that's happened in the community with artists. And so right now, of course, we're not able to gather in the way that we were. So they're doing digital programs and they're hoping to be able to bring artists back at the end of summer, early fall. But a host of installations have taken place at the port, which is an exciting place because the Port of Anchorage is the place that provides all of the goods and foods and services for the entire state. It's a really critical place. And then local parks, a place where we can all spread out, but there's a big outdoors culture. So to be able to do installations in the parks, it's a way to hit a new audience that wouldn't maybe necessarily go to a museum. Next slide, please. So this is the city of Camden, New Jersey, which isn't too far away from Baltimore. I'd say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. And the city is working with Rutgers University and a local nonprofit called Cooper's Ferry Partnership. And they're working to change negative perceptions of the city by transforming these lots that are vacant and people around the state dump in them. So that's led to an issue of illegal dumping that the city spends $4 million on cleaning out these lots constantly. And then some trucks, sometimes they're construction trucks, come, they dump on these lots and then they, get filled up again. So it's a neighborhood perception issue because it's an amazing city and everyone, of course, wants a beautiful place to live. So the residents have been critical in moving this forward, but also it's a public health issue having people dump in these lots that are currently vacant. So brilliantly, the city has decided to choose 6 lots, clean them out, and then put public art where vacancy once was. So people will be drawn to new neighborhoods and they'll be able to see these beautiful art pieces instead of dumping lots. And here you can see 2 different examples. There's a giant leopard on top, the invincible cat, and then a biodigester on the bottom. The biodigester is an interesting environmental project, and these are, of course, both renderings. The artists are working now, and the project will open April 2021. But you can feed trash, or you will be able to feed trash into the biodigester, and it will digest trash. And it's going to be an organic way to digest trash, which is very exciting to see. And then the Invincible Cat is that it's an exciting sculpture. It's right on the waterfront in Camden. You can actually, on the waterfront, you can see the city of Philadelphia. So just over that bridge connects Camden to Philadelphia. But there are 6 sites, and they're next to railways and bike paths and highways, and they're working with, NJ Transit and Amtrak, and so they'll be able to, people traveling through Camden will be able to see this beautiful art, and hopefully, more people will come visit. But most importantly, it will be a more beautiful place for the residents. In the meantime, the team keeps cleaning out the sites, and it's really made the issue of illegal dumping, it's made it an easier thing to talk about because everyone is now invested in making these sites beautiful. So we will go to the next slide. So this is Coral Springs and Parkland in Florida. I'm sure many of you heard about Parkland and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Horrible tragedy has led the city to address the aftermath of gun violence and really lead the neighborhood and the cities to work together in healing. They've just completed 5 major projects by artists who work with communities that have been traumatized. And this community has worked with the Coral Springs Museum of Art, which is a local museum in Coral Springs, and they had a Healing with Art project that was working with veterans. And right after the tragedy, they started working with the entire community. So artists have come in and worked with residents through these workshops, and then they've collaboratively put up 5 art installations. So in this top slide, you see the Burning Temple. Our first project there, which went up on the 1st anniversary on February 14th, sadly Valentine's Day. Over 1,000 people in the community helped build this temple with the artist David Best and his crew of temple workers. And it was an amazing opening. It's very, of course, like it's very sad, and you can really feel the sadness, and people mistrusted one another. Right before this incident happened, Parkland was voted the safest place to live in America. So everything has been kind of a whiplash reaction, and worked really closely with our colleagues at Everytown for gun safety, and they've been critical in helping us work with the community. But it's been amazing to see the 2 mayors of Coral Springs and Parkland work together, and the residents come together and really use art to help them move forward. Again, temporary art projects are a way to bring people out in very unique ways. And even through this 2-year trajectory, we've seen people go from, being questioning to being very excited to come out and see each installation. And the project has created a group of people who are looking forward to the next installation. And so you can see the Peace and Love billboard. Hundreds of people helped the artists Roberto and Rosario and Marquardt put that up. It's made out of thousands of silk flowers, and has a really positive message of peace and love for the community. And then the top photo, our artist Carl Juice, who's a photographer and photojournalist based in Miami, worked with people and taught them how to use cameras, taught them how to use photojournalism to work through their feelings and work through the tragedy, you know, depicting the things in their life. So of course there's no solve for this, but we definitely want to work in communities and help with healing and help improve people's lives. And it's been really amazing working with the residents. Are just all incredible people. The next slide, please. This is Jackson, Mississippi. And Jackson has assembled a really unique partnership with artists, but also farmers and gardeners and architects and filmmakers. And they're addressing food inequity in really creative and non-judgmental manner. So one through line of all of these projects is that art is used as a conversation starter for really tough issues. Jackson as a city is 80% African American, and of course has suffered from a history of Jim Crow and redlining, and it's resulted in a reality of few grocery stores and a lot of fast food. So the project is literally growing food. Many of the gardens that they've started and landscaping that they've done are in previously vacant areas. And so instead of complaining about the high rates of obesity in the United States, what we're doing is addressing the fact that there are bad options. It's not that people are making bad choices. There are policy issues that have led to this. So you can see at the top left, this beautiful mural done by one of our project artists, Scott Allen, is on the facade of something called Galloway Elementary School. And it faces out onto a vacant lot, which will be programmed with different gardens, landscape architects from the Mississippi State University Center of Architecture coming in, and there will be edible gardens and learning gardens for each grade of the elementary school. And they've been really great about working with local nonprofits, local churches, a medical mall that's right across the way. So this is actually facing out onto a medical mall. And our project, our artists, our project team, we're helping build this, but it has a lasting effect. It will have a lasting life once we are no longer actively funding, because they've been so great in bringing in all of the local nonprofits and different stakeholders to make sure it keeps going with the help of the school. In the bottom corner, you can see these yellow poles. So that is Smith Park, the oldest state park in Mississippi. And it was, you know, it's a beautiful big park, but it wasn't, you know, there aren't a lot of plants. There's some vacant areas, but it's right by downtown, which also has a lot of vacancy. So in re-landscaping this area and working with our project farmer, his name is Farmer Sam Humphrey, and he has created the first organic farm in Jackson. It's the only organic farm within a 100-mile radius. And so all of the plants and all of the food for the project are grown there. And then you can see that a lot of plants have been installed in this park. And because it's right next to the state capitol, right next to a business area, it will literally come to the doorstep of policymakers to have this conversation about food and what the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi can do to make food policies better, like getting rid of the grocery tax so people can afford fresh food. And then in the top right corner, you see Carol Walker's The Fist. She's a famous artist, African-American artist who has an exhibit up right now at the Tate in Britain and in London. And she has done this incredible sculpture called Sugar Baby. It was up in New York City in 2014. And this is it, and it melted. And so people would come see this huge sculpture in the Domino Sugar Factory. And each day it just melts a little bit more. And it was done right before the Domino Sugar Factory was, you know, about to be torn down. So this fist, which is made of sugar, is traveling and can once again help us inspire the conversation of food. And so they're going to have, the project will have an opening expo in October. We were supposed to do it in April, but COVID closures. And they did open their documentary. So it's called Fertile Ground, and it's it was streamed on Mississippi Public Broadcasting Station, and it's on NPR, so you guys can all watch it and learn a lot about Jackson, Mississippi. And they, like all of our other projects, are just thinking of innovative ways to solve issues. Next slide, please. These are our last partners, City of Tulsa, who is commemorating the centennial of the destruction of the city's business district, the 1921 Black Wall Street Massacre, which was one of the worst acts of racial violence in the United States. MacArthur Award-winning artist Rick Lowe is working with 34 local artists who were just announced in the spring, and in the summer, and they will create different public art installations throughout this Greenwood area. So Black Wall Street Massacre happened in a Black neighborhood called Greenwood. And that was 1921. People actually came back a year later and rebuilt. So it's really a story of resilience. And even a year later, if you go there today, there's a building which says Williams on the top and it says 1922. So within a year, people, they lost their homes. Thousands of people were homeless overnight. Hundreds of people were killed. And the city right now is still discovering, this has never been investigated. It's a hidden history, but maybe some of you watched Watchmen. There's been a lot of news about it. So it's definitely something that we're hearing about more. It's starting to be taught in Tulsa public schools, but a white mob came and, lynched a neighborhood. And so this is a story that a lot of people are just now learning about, and it's over 100 years, it's 99 years old. So the city just commemorated the 99th anniversary, and the art will open May 31st, 2021. But our partner, Mayor Bynum, and he's been amazing with Rick Lowe. Mike and our CEO, Patty Harris, went to Tulsa in January 2019 to announce the city as a winner, and was really fascinated by the Black Wall Street history in the Greenwood neighborhood. And this project inspired a platform on the campaign and is now being continued through the foundation. So we'll see what that art is, but we know that there will be dance pieces, there will be tours of the Greenwood area, there will be theater based on the history of Greenwood and what happened and where we are now. So there are several stories being told, the thriving neighborhood of writers and doctors and lawyers and people who owned a local newspaper called the Oklahoma Eagle, and how incredible this community was, and the horror that happened, and then how people came back to rebuild, and then it was ultimately decimated in the 50s and 60s through urban renewal. A neighborhood was raised by this highway. So you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, if you see this green outline, that's the Greenwood neighborhood. And then you see the I-22 highway cutting through at the bottom. And to this day, you can see the highway is right next to an AME church and the Greenwood Cultural Center. So it just looks a little odd because you have this business district on the other side. And they're telling the story and tying together the neighborhood through these installations that will go through the neighborhood. So that is all for the Public Art Challenge. And I want to quickly go to Bloomberg Connects because I know you have all received handouts on this program, and I hope you're exploring the different museums. So, something we can do at home. We're so lucky to have access to cultural organizations. But this initiative really aims to improve the visitor experience through digital technology. And it started with a grant to the Met Museum of Art with audio guides in 1999. And at this point, we work with 15 organizations throughout the United States and London. And there's a key on the upper right hand of the slide. And so you can see that we fund 4 types of technology: audio, online, apps, and experiences. And all of these organizations have great resources, but I want to call out a few for you guys to explore while you're at home. Next slide, please. The American Museum of Natural History has a flagship app called Explore. It's great for all ages. And their offerings include journey maps and augmented reality, games and scavenger hunts. And they highlight famous pieces of the collection. So some fan favorites are the big blue whale you see when you come into the museum, and there's a T-Rex and African lion. And they've been hosting these live programs online and on social media featuring scientists that conduct virtual field trips. So some of my favorites have been scientists at home exploring mammals, and specialists really feature the most fascinating mammals in the collection. And then in honor of the recent SpaceX launch, I was really driven to the field trip to the moon. So they had an astrophysicist on a live space flight to the moon, which is just so exciting. Next slide, please. And luckily for us at the Met Museum of Art, we can search a lot of the collection from home. So you can explore the world of art from 2000 BC to the present, exploring all 7 continents, in categories like mythology and magic and sports and fashion and inventions. So art, but also all of these other categories, just in case you're interested in other things. And they also have a Met Live Arts program, and they do performance art. So right now there's a piece called Songs from the Spirit, and it was choreographed by one of my favorite New York City ballet dancers, Silas Farley, which he created with musicians from San Quentin Prison. So incredibly unique and beautiful and moving, and just an exciting thing that we can see from home while we can't actually go out to experience performing arts. And the next slide, please. Our partners at the New York Botanical Gardens, they are actually on our new Bloomberg Connects app, which is really central to supporting all of our digital programs. This app is designed to enhance our in-person visits, and it's great for offsite experiences during our COVID closures. So this app features, and you can all download it on the App Store, Bloomberg Connects, and it currently features amazing content from the Guggenheim and the Serpentine and the London Mithraeum and the Drawing Center, of course, the New York Botanical Gardens and the Frick Museum. And there are activities featured in the New York Botanical Garden section and on their website, like building your own garden at home and exploring nature in your backyard and doing craft projects. And for those of you who like to cook, you can create recipes inspired by the Edible Academy's vegetable beds. You can also take a virtual tour of their stunning annual orchid show, which is something that I go to every year. And it's a nice thing to see and break up our Netflix viewing. So just do something a little different from home. But these are all of our digital programs, and I hope you guys will take advantage and explore at home, and just open yourself up to new experiences while we are all at home, but can definitely take advantage of everything our cultural organizations have made possible online. So I just want to open it up to questions because I have been talking for a very long time.
Miss Stephanie, this is great. This is absolutely great. We actually only have a few more minutes. We got about 6 more minutes or so, but yeah, what questions do you guys have? I know I had saw some questions go by earlier in regards to like, how hard was it for you to double major? This was back when you were talking.
Oh yeah, yes.
In college, yeah.
So I would say I love double majoring because I really couldn't make up my mind, and I would do it the exact same way. But art history and English, there's a lot of reading. And so double majoring with 2, humanities subjects, I would have hundreds of pages of reading a night. And so I think the one thing I think would be better if I was doing something like econ or something with a lab, but I wouldn't do it any other way. But I will say that was one thing that stands out, like lots of reading. But I also got very close to the English department at school, even though I now work in the arts. I think I was closer to my English professors, and I'm still in touch with them to this day. When I go back and visit. I see them and have coffee. We email all the time. They wrote my recommendations for graduate school. So sometimes the personality of different departments can help encourage you. Like I also love the math department, but that wasn't my specialty.
That's awesome. What about heartbeats who are thinking like, yes, this is what I want to be involved in. This is my world. This is what I want to do. How do they get connected like more on an intimate level to start being like a creator or connected to people who are creating so they can start their career path early?
Right. So I will actually send out a series of resources for places to look for internships because I found that to be daunting as well. But I think the biggest thing is keep a wide open mind. So as I said, I was a visual arts person, but it's really more about developing those skills. So if you're thinking more on the side of how to work in an arts organization, if you're a playwright, don't just look at theater organizations, or if you're dancing now, don't just look at dance organizations. Look at a wide range of arts organizations and apply to all of them because you will develop skills that are transferable across the arts. You'll have to know how to raise money or you'll have to do marketing, and it's very similar as you go through. I would also say, again, networking. I went to so many different events, whether it was a connection with high school or college or meetups in the city for like-minded people and, business card swaps, coffees. And while we're at home and we can't do that, I really emailed everyone. And, you have to make it personal. So you're asking someone to do a favor for you, if it's talking to them on the phone, or even just offering you some advice over email. And I would just say, just kind of approach it with humility. Ask everyone, but know that you're asking them for a favor. So be very specific with your ask and tailor it to that person. Like do research on that person and what their background is. And that increases the response rate. But everyone was where you are. Everyone was looking to get a job. And, we're in a tough environment right now. So, but this is a good time to start crafting that voice, and practice makes perfect, So start talking to people. And I think once you start talking to people and listening to what their career path is, you can start developing a more informed interest, and you'll just get with each ask.
I love it. And that encompasses like people who want to do performing arts too, right? Because we have a lot of talented rappers, talented singers. Like the same thing applies to them as well.
The same thing applies to them, like as, other artists, and it's a little different. So I'm not an artist, so I can't represent how artists like to be approached. But I would say every time you ask someone for a favor, which is what we're doing, when you're asking someone to talk to you about their career path or how to get started, or a place that's looking, maybe they need people to write for them, choreograph for them, those are the questions. And I think the more you learn about the field, the more opportunities and those are the things you can ask about. So there are a lot of people who are performers, but, while they can't get performing gigs, they write. And so there are different talents you can hone, and it all comes together.
That's awesome. And in this time of, COVID, Rona got us locked down and stuff, with the resources you're going to send, will you also be able to send us like internship opportunities so that we can pass them along to our heartbeats? Okay. I'm only sending you good heartbeats.
Opportunities, really places to look for internships, because everyone's looking for opportunities, but I'll send you the websites that I have relied on throughout my career to find out about internships, and also places where I've hired interns from.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
But I have to say, on top of those websites, the thing that helps the most is the networking aspect. So talking to everyone if there's guidance counselors or even a career network center, I would say through this program has a great network. Like just asking everyone and anyone in a leadership position, and putting yourself forward, because you never know where you're going to hear about opportunities. So the networking aspect is, I really can't emphasize how critical that is.
Thank you so much, Miss Stephanie. And real quick, if you had to leave us with one jewel, can you give us a 5-second jewel that you want to leave us with?
Yes, be open, be humble, work incredibly hard no matter what you're doing, even if it's something just to pass the time, because you never know what you will learn and how it'll come back, but work really hard.
Yes. Y'all heard Miss Stephanie. Thank you so much for your time today, Miss Stephanie. We're
Thank
connected.
you.
Looking forward to those resources we can share. We'll see what we got next Friday.
I'll see you next Friday with some fun guests. Thanks for letting me join you guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Y'all, was that amazing or not, y'all? I'm trying to tell y'all, our Bloomberg partners are phenomenal. So y'all go ahead and take y'all 10-minute break, and I'll see y'all back here at 12 with Miss Money Mo. Hey, y'all, we back, we back, we back. Was that not a great session with Miss Stephanie? Y'all, shout out to all of our partners at Bloomberg Philanthropies because they made this happen. And if y'all haven't met our special Miss Nanette, y'all gonna meet her when we get back in person. Miss Money Mo,
Hey,
what's up? How you doing?
good. How are you?
Good, good. I can't complain at all, man. We had a great cultural spot for our Fridays. That was our first time doing that, and
Yeah,
that's going to be our Friday theme. So I'm super excited. Miss Stephanie did a great job.
she did. She did. It was good. It was good. And then the session this morning.
I know. The session, reality really, really, really showed courage and demonstrated what it means to still have a positive mindset even when things aren't going so well. So yeah, I could definitely appreciate and respect that. And shout out to the new heartbeats that's DMing saying, yo, I want to be more involved. What can I do? Yes,
Yes,
yes, yes. We love it. We love it. We love it. Because that means that you want better for yourself. And that's what it's about.
absolutely. Yeah, no, we want all of that. We want all of that. Come with all
All
of
of
that
it.
fire. Yes,
All
ma'am.
of it. We got somebody at the door. Let's see. Let, let's see, because y'all know how Miss Mo do. We never know with her. We never know.
Hey,
Hey,
Kim.
y'all, smoothies.
Hey,
What's
Yes.
up, Cam?
nothing.
What you got right now?
Lip gloss.
I figured you about to put lip gloss on right now on my session.
My lips dry.
Wow. I guess she just found out she had to come on.
She
No,
did
I actually
that.
found out last night.
She did find out last night. That's yes, that's fair, but that's only because what we had today couldn't happen, and Cam came in the clutch today. So
You know
yes.
Cam gotta be cute, ghetto and cute.
It's okay. I'm gonna wait because it's a new one, so I gotta wait.
No, you know what? We don't want your lips cracking on this session. And then
Nope.
you talk about
Cracking. Oh no, never that. You just try to play.
Go
But
ahead.
hey y'all.
Listen, go ahead and get your lips together, girl. Listen, we understand. We
yeah.
understand.
Don't we got somebody that sell lip gloss?
Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, Taylor.
Oh, so if
Yep,
that's
yep.
not your lip
I got one
gloss
from. I
that
got one
Cam is
coming from
rocking,
her.
you better make
Actually,
sure Cam get your lip gloss because Cam
I
should be
already
saying,
ordered it. I'm waiting for it to come. I ordered one from Taylor already.
Well, there you
yay,
go.
yay. Okay.
Yo, Cam, you should be Cam patronizes everybody's business. Honestly, I just
Oh, y'all
all
want
I
to
see on
get
her-
the inside scoop though on what I'm going to do? I plan on doing. Okay, so since I buy stuff so much, especially from Black businesses, I'm going to do like an IGTV series soon, and promote each business from like the things that I buy every week, because I buy stuff every week from different people. So Lamar, Desiree, like anybody, Taylor, because I get my lip gloss from her soon. Just different people. I'm gonna do an IGTV series.
That's gonna be good.
That's awesome. I love that. Okay.
I'm looking forward to. I love that background so much. I got
Yo, but can I just say something real quick? I
Yeah.
hope nobody miss what this young lady is doing. She could be keeping all the money to herself. She could be keeping all the networking to herself. She could be keeping all the promotions, all the business to herself. But instead, she's sharing her platform and creating a platform for other youth entrepreneurs to get their money as well. Like, Cam, you are definitely the example of what it means to bless other people as well. And it makes sense as to why you so blessed and why your business doing so well, because this is what you out here doing. And I appreciate that like so much, y'all. This your example right here on what to do.
Thank you.
Never stop working. Literally, like even if you see on her Instagram, y'all, her Instagram story is just other people's businesses 9 times out of 10. Like literally, every time I'm like doop 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 doop, it's another business selling purses, selling clothes, selling hats, selling earrings, selling everything. Literally, if you want your whole everything done, just go to Cam's Instagram story. Honestly.
Tomorrow, I'm actually, when I do deliveries, I'm wearing this girl, I think it's like Kira Couture collection. I'm wearing her biker set, so I'll take a picture with that. And I got my bracelet and ankle bracelet from Desiree. So I'm gonna wear that and I'm gonna tag them. And then, even though my hair look crazy, because y'all, let me tell you, I just had to put these little two braids together, and I got a bald spot right here under this wool part. But I'm gonna still take pictures for y'all because I love you.
She texted me like, I don't know, it had to be like 11:45 or something like that. Talk about Miss Mo, I have a bald spot. I'm like, and I just said, welp, and sent her the link. Cause I don't know what you want me to do right now. We gotta get on 12. So thank you for doing the swoop and covering the spot. I love you to pieces. Thank you so much. All right,
y'all, let's get started.
Yes, let's get started. Okay, question of the day. When you were younger, so however old you are, when you were younger, what did you want to be when you grew up?
Oh, can I go first?
Mm-hmm.
I think I honestly before, like, it was like something that changed. Because I think when you're young, like, everything really changed. Like, I always knew it was like that underlying thing that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I really didn't have no name put behind it. So, like, I did it in my own way. But before that, I wanted to be like an artist because I was drawing at the time, or a dancer because I was on dancing too. So I wanted to be either one of them.
Okay. Miss Joni?
I just knew I didn't want to be poor. And like, I didn't even really associate that with any like profession. When I was really, really into music though, I thought that I was going to be a rapper. But like, I just knew that I wasn't supposed to be poor. The way that we grew up, I knew that that was not for me and that I was going to do whatever I had to do to just not be poor.
All right. Okay. My answer's a little bit longer. Because I went through a lot of things, y'all. I went through a lot of things. The first thing I ever remember I wanted to be was a teacher. And then I wanted to be a fashion designer. And then I wanted to be a marine biologist. And then I wanted to be a model. Then I wanted to be a marine biologist. Then I wanted to be, hold on, where am I in the journey? Then I wanted to be a veterinarian. And here we are, okay? And then I ended up, I wanted to be a veterinarian, then I majored in biology, but then I switched my major. So yeah, so here we are. I'm just me now. So yeah, but yeah, that's what I went through. Let me read some of these. So some people are saying, oh, Mackenzie, she said she wanted to be a vet. Hey, Mackenzie. King Kai wanted to be a veterinarian too. Tyra wanted to be a fashion designer. Real Spill just said a boss. Just that's it. Just a boss. That's it, period. An NBA champion, Sean said. Hey, Sean. I'm seeing, pediatric doctor. Love that, Jemiah. I hope I'm saying that right. Why are y'all video calling right now? What is going on? Why are y'all video calling? That's taking over everybody's phone right now. That's on this live. Let me decline.
Not when you hit decline.
I hit decline just now. I had to. I always wanted to do hair. Kaya said, hey, Kaya. Let me see. Donovan, hey, Donovan, wanted to be a doctor. Christian, hey, Christian, wanted to be a teacher. Jada just wanted to be Oprah. Jada wanted to be Oprah. The Real Tay, president. Oh, I love that, please. Oh, Miss Emma wanted to be president too. Okay, cool. So y'all be president and vice president. Y'all discuss who's gonna be which. Or you can be president and then you can be vice president. Then the next 4 years, the person that was vice president can be president. Y'all can switch. Can you do that? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, no, thank y'all. That's inappropriate. Okay.
Miss Joni, can you take him out the chat again? Because
yeah, somebody, you see it. It's right at the bottom.
But yeah, Miss Joni, you can still be J-Rock though if you ever want to make a comeback. I don't know.
Oh, she tries to. Sometimes, every now and then we get blessed. I don't know if that's a blessing, but every now and then we get blessed on Focus Friday. I'm sorry. No, that's funny. But yeah, no, y'all. Thank y'all for answering the question of the day, and then I'm gonna let Cam transition into what we're gonna be talking about today. Oh, hey. You ready, Cam?
Yeah, I'm ready. I had to watch my brother and my mother got back from class meeting. Say hey.
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 What's your name? All right. So, yo, we're going to do these questions. So the topic is like maintaining a positive mindset, and while doing that, managing your anger. I'm not really a person that has to be too angry all the time. And when I am, it's behind closed doors. But we're going to talk about that today. So the first question to like put you in that positive space is, looking back at last year, what could you be proud of?
I'll start off. So I am really proud of just discovering my purpose and walking towards and in that purpose. And it's interesting that this question came up because Miss Simona and I were having a conversation yesterday, and basically she wants to like do a joint session about that particular topic, like finding your purpose and walking in your purpose. And I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to do it with her or not. But yeah, I can say that I'm proud of that. Just like truly being excited about what I'm doing every day, truly being connected to, you know, who I am working with and who I'm serving, and just, you know, truly just being in a genuine place, and just loving what I do. And yeah, so that's what I'm proud of.
I would say for me, I'm definitely proud of the growth of our young leaders, especially the leaders who haven't even been associated with HeartSmiles like that long. So we had, you know, several people like do like conferences, lead their own projects, and just be involved in a way that you would think that they had been with us for years, and they weren't. So definitely that takes the cake in terms of what I want.
All right, I'm gonna go. So looking back at last year, I think I probably would go based off like my grades and stuff, because like that's something I did. But like comparing this year and last year, I would say my greatest accomplishment was like getting more outspoken about things that I really cared about. Like now, when I have an issue with something, I say it right then and there instead of like waiting until I like explode. I just say it now. So I think that's what I'm most proud of, my grades, and like that I can now say like what I feel when I feel it instead of waiting and exploding. Any last comments before we go to the next question?
Yeah, so we have people answering in the chat. Can you see it, or you want me to read it?
I can see it too.
Okay, so
all right, I'm gonna pick a couple. I'm gonna pick like 5.
Okay.
Joel Couture Jordan said she's proud that she learned to love herself. I love that. Miss Dominique said getting intro funding for her startup. Okay. Dante said he's proud of having the support team he has, but getting to his high school because it was hard. a lot of people used to talk about his life when they don't really know about him. Okay. Zena said they're proud of their self making it through last year because it was definitely a challenge. Taylor said she's proud. She's grown into knowing who she is and not caring what people's opinions are or how they feel. I'm proud of all y'all for everything that y'all do.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna read one more. I know you just said you're gonna do 5. I'm gonna read one more because it pertains to what you just read. Zion said, I'm proud that I found my worth in myself and removing toxic people from my life. I ain't want to go past that one.
Yes, Zion. All right. So the next question is get around positive mindset as well. And it's been thinking of a bad situation that you have recently been through. What good have you pulled from that? Like, so like, say you got, I don't know, like you got a bad grade on a test or something like that. Like when you looked at the things that you got wrong, what did you learn from that? And like, how did you like change that? Ms. Mo, you want to go first?
I can. I'm not following directions because I have 2. It's just not just one time. It's 2 that come to mind. So can I share my 2? Okay. I would definitely say like something that's been rough. This, especially like from like a March to like a May. I don't know when it like I came out of it, but I was just in a really dark place. And that was on a personal level. It wasn't like people around me. I was still trying to be, uplifting, still trying to be genuine, but just struggling with some things, just mentally, just feeling down and feeling like anxious and things like that. So, and then quarantine didn't help me either, like just feeling like literally confined, like I was suffocating. And so that was a really bad situation. Went through it, just went through it. And so it could be seen as bad, but I think that I'm coming out of it, and I have come out of it just so much stronger, and knowing how to identify like certain like triggers of things, and knowing how to kind of just uplift myself, and uplift those around me, because that really helps to uplift me too, uplifting others around me and encouraging others around me. And just learning how to like love harder too. I kind of got that good out of it too. So yeah, that's my first example. And then my second example is a little bit on the lighter side, just on the annoying side, honestly. My car, y'all, anybody who knows, like just in person, just like what I've been with this car, with this vehicle situation. Like I remember like around December or so, I ran into a wall. The inside of my car was all messed up. The front was messed up. It was still running, whatever. Then I got hit by a man that ran a red light, totaled my car, didn't have no car. The insurance company was telling me they couldn't do anything. My insurance company was telling me they couldn't do anything. There was phantom witnesses that they pulled out of their butts. It was just so stupid, just so stupid. But I ended up with a newer car, a reliable car that still broke down one time. However, it has not broken down ever since. So, but yeah, out of that, I got to learn just how to purchase a car, because I hadn't purchased and financed a car before. I just like purchased like some used car that somebody was just selling for some lump sum of money. So I learned how car insurance works when it comes to like accidents and just like people lying and stuff. And I learned how to finance a vehicle.
Well, thank God you got the car situation handled now, because running into walls and getting hit by people with real lights, not it.
And I'm alive. I'm blessed to be alive.
Right, and you're alive. That's what I'm talking
unharmed.
about.
Unharmed, yes, that too.
Yeah, because you was going through a lot. But we gonna pretend we don't know about that no more. So Ms. Joan, do you want to go?
Yeah, so I would say for me, one of the biggest lessons I learned was that you got to create your own reality, even if that's different than what most people think that it should be. And my example is like with starting this whole nonprofit thing, like because I was coming into it with zero knowledge, I was just basically going off of what everybody else was telling me and depending on, you know, basically people who had been in the game for long periods of time, people who I had thought was doing good work. They was doing good work when the TV cameras was around. But for them to be, you know, talking to me about, oh, you got to get all these grants and do this and do that or whatever. The best thing that could have happened to HeartSmiles was when we first started for us to get denied for every single grant that we ever applied for. That's the best thing that could have happened, because that forced us to create a model where we actually had to generate revenue. And that's how I started the leadership consulting business. But that kind of created this space in nonprofit that was kind of unheard of, where we could basically do what we wanted to do. And the only thing that we really wanted to do was to make sure that the voices of young people were truly and authentically lifted without some funder telling us, you got to do this or you got to do that, or switch this up or switch that up and all that. And I just thank God for that lesson. At the time, I was frustrated, I was angry, and more than anything, I was disappointed, because I'm like, y'all really not doing it for the kids, y'all doing it for the check. And like, that's not why I'm in this. Like, I could be getting bigger checks from where I came from in the private industry. That's not why I'm here. I'm truly here for young people. So setting ourselves apart and disconnecting from what people thought nonprofit should be like it was hard, but the lessons that came out of it for me are invaluable. So when people get advice from me about business and nonprofit, it is totally opposite than what most people would say or what they've learned if they have already started doing their research and stuff. Because I'm like, yo, just do it.
Yeah, I definitely like love that, because it's like with everything that you, especially you, Ms. Joni, like everything that you do is different from the norm. Like, you didn't graduate high school, you don't have all of the fancy experience or the fancy degrees that they expect you to have when you started. So I feel like that's really important. Like, creating your own path. That ties into what we were saying the other day, like creating your own path, focusing on your own path instead of what other people are doing. So yeah, I hope you all took that from that. But I think I'm gonna answer the question now. So I think one of the biggest challenges that I probably had was like before, like, because I've been running my business for almost 2.5 years. So was like questioning like why I wasn't receiving certain opportunities, or why I wasn't like learning about more vending opportunities, not making enough money like I wanted to. So like what I really like learned from that, like I started going out and like asking people specifically, like, do you know about any vending opportunities, looking on Eventbrite, like different little things, networking with new people. And then I also like took a step back and I was like, I got to start creating an opportunity for myself. Because I'm like, if I don't put myself out there, then like people are not going to know that I make smoothies, or that I'm 14 or 15 doing it at the time. And like once I started really creating those opportunities for myself, like all the other opportunities came on their own. And like I started meeting new people, even people who would starting their businesses came to me about like getting vending opportunities, vending events, and just putting myself out there and putting other people out there while I do it too. So that's something I really learned from like over the past 2.5 years, that like when you don't see opportunity, you have to create that for yourself. And like I still do that now, because I'm like, that's like me having goals and stuff like that. If I know I have these goals, it's like it doesn't matter how I get, but it matters how I get there. I gotta get there in a positive way. But like I gotta make that path on my own. Like I don't have to depend on anybody else to point me in the right direction or anything. I know I have goals, so I have to do what I said I wanted to do. Let's read some of these comments though. Miss Mo, any stick out to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna read Jordan. So Jordan said, hey Jordan, he said, I learned to be humble with humble myself and take a step back when I feel a certain way. I was asked to work on a website and I wanted to put my vision into it, but I had to realize it wasn't mine to do that. So yeah, thank you, Jordan, for talking about just like, I love just like the first part, honestly, is the one that like stuck out to me, like humbling yourself. I think that people underestimate just the power of like humbling yourself, not being cocky, not thinking that you know everything, not just being in everybody's face, bossing everybody around. So thank you, Jordan, for sharing that. Do you see any that stick out to you, or you want me to keep reading?
I see one.
Okay.
So with Kamaya, she said one of her biggest lessons that she's learned is that everything and everyone doesn't deserve the energy that she gives out, and to watch who I allow in my presence, because energy has a big effect. I really like that one. Really resonates with me because like I always do so much for people, and like if I look at everything people done for me, I'm like, you haven't done half of what I did for you. And like now I'm learning how to like say no to people when they ask me for money or ask me for time for certain things, because I see that they don't listen, or I see that they're not paying me back, or I see that they're not doing what they said they was going to do when I gave them the money in the first place. So it's just like, that one definitely really stick with me because I'm still like learning how to do this. It's like a learning process for me. So I definitely see what you're talking about, Kamaya. All right, let me see.
I'm gonna read John's while you look for another one.
All right.
John said, "Hey John," he said, "I learned that no one is immune to mistakes, and I can't force myself into a negative space just because someone isn't satisfied with how I live."
Yes.
I like that. I like that. Nobody is immune to mistakes, no matter how much we want it or may want it to happen. Nobody's immune to them. And that's good because we learn every little mistake that we make, and every big mistake, we learn a lesson. So,
yeah. Ooh, Naeem said, he touched on what Kamaya said the other day. He said, I learned that don't bleed on people that didn't cut you, by Reverend Kamaya Tynes. She said that yesterday, I think, on the Thriving Thursday.
Oh,
y'all gotta go rewatch that, y'all. That was a good session. It was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 people had got on there. Once Dante said he wanted to get on there, it was a ripple effect. Mo got on there, Kamaya got on there, everybody got on there. It was a lit session, even though it was like 16 people in there. I'm like, quality over quantity, y'all.
I was on there, and then I had to like go do something. I don't know, close up my phone. I opened it back up. I said, what happened? I said, where did all these people come from? It was amazing. It was a blessing though. But I was just like, where did all these people come from? Y'all was, what you saying? It was crouchy.
Yes, it was crouch. It was a crouchy session. All right, y'all. So we're gonna move on to the man.
I don't know why that word stink to me. I just had to tell y'all that. I don't know why that word just stink. Every time y'all say it, I just smell it. Like it's just like pure.
Oh, it sounds ghetto.
Well, see now I'm a ew. Okay, I get it. Bye.
No, y'all can say it. I'm just letting y'all know.
I don't even want to say it no more.
Every time I hear y'all, I be like, ooh, pure.
I don't even want to say it no more. Go ahead, Cam, because I am disgusted.
Not the ghetto crouchy word. But anyway, the next question is, when I'm angry, how can I clearly communicate my position without becoming defensive or attacking? Ms. Johnny, it look like you got something to say.
No, I was just thinking about my method. Like, if it's that serious, then I need my 24 hours. Especially if I appreciate our relationship. Like, because I'm one of them people, I don't want to have to come back and take back something I said or how I said it or something like that. No, I want to be able to say exactly what I mean and say it in a way that's not demeaning, that's not going to strip you of your confidence or your self-worth or anything, but that is clear and exactly what I mean. And, so, and if I'm mad, if I'm angry, I can't do that in that moment. I'm going to need to talk to you tomorrow.
Miss Mo, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go. I don't really get mad that much. I feel like I'm in a place in my life where I get mad more than I used to. but I still don't get mad that much. And when I do get mad, I get really calm. And I'm calm anyway, but it's like a different type of calm. Like it's like low key crazy. I don't even want to say it like that, but it's like a low key crazy type of calm. Like, yeah. So I just don't recommend angering Miss Mo. However, when I do get angry, I'll just say a really calm statement, and everybody should do exactly what I just said out of my mouth. And if everybody does not, then I'll just walk away, because I'll start screaming and saying choice words. And that's not fun for anybody. And I don't do that. I don't do that. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. So that's what I personally do. Just say whatever I need to say in a calm tone. If it doesn't happen, or if somebody does not accommodate in the very moment, I walk away and go to like I need to go to the other side of wherever you are. I can't just go to the next room. I need to go to the other side, like down the hallway and in another room. There you go.
Miss Mo sound like you turn into a transformer or something. You're like, you be quiet, then you go crazy. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. But I guess when I'm angry or something, like the person will know that I'm angry because I won't talk to them. Q. Sorry, y'all. But anyway, they'll know that I'm angry because I don't really talk to them. And I'm about like reaching out to the people that I care about like at least once a day, even though like I might be busy or something. So like they'll know like I'll say like you're doing too much, or like this seems like a lot, or something like that. Or if they call me, I decline every time. Like I decline people now, but I'm just saying like every time, without saying like hold on or I'm gonna call you back or something like that. And I go back and like kind of like self-reflect on everything that I like, why I was mad. Because like I said, like Miss Mo said, I don't want there to be choice words that end up coming out, because I'm really a nice person. But like some people, like they be really like pushing it. So I'd be having to take that time. Like, I'm not gonna say nothing right now. I'm gonna just hold up. I'm gonna try to collect myself, might write this little paragraph or whatever I gotta do so I don't lash out on them. So I go back, I self-reflect, think about what really made me mad. Because sometimes I notice I might be mad and it might not even be the certain person that I got mad at. So I just like, I don't say anything and I like have a talk with myself and then come back to the table and say what I had to say.
Yeah.
Can I say one more point? Go ahead, Ms. Mo, and then I got you.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say Victory's comment real quick just because I relate to it. She said that I have a temper and cry. I used to cry when I got really, really mad. I just used to break down in tears and I didn't say nothing to nobody. And people would be like, oh, can I help you? Like, try to touch me. And I'd be like, little smack away and be like, don't touch me. Nobody touched me. So yeah, I used to break down in tears. I just wanted to say that.
So real quick, I just want to say too, for anybody that's struggling with this, I would say the first thing is to recognize who you allowing to make you mad, because not everybody should even have that much power or control over your emotions to make you mad. Like it's very, very rarely that somebody I don't know or that's not connected with me or I don't care or love them, like they not gonna make me mad. I don't care what they do. Like if you're not a factor in my life, you don't have no control over my emotions whatsoever. It's nothing that you can do to make me mad. So I would definitely say that type of stuff is reserved for people who have a place in your life, a permanent place in your life. So definitely don't just be out here getting mad and wasting your energy and wasting your emotions on people that don't even matter anyway, because now you the fool.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Cam. Real quick. I'm going to add to what Ms. Jody just said. So, yes, it's definitely pay attention to the person or the thing that may be making you mad, because you're giving them the permission to make you mad. But also, I think the reason that I'm in a position where I don't get mad a whole lot is because of what Ms. Joni just said, but also because of empathy. I think practicing like empathy is like a really, really good, not practicing, but like just truly empathizing with somebody's situation, whatever the situation may be, whatever they're irritating you with at the time, like just understanding like your perspective, how you're feeling, but also understanding how that person may be feeling in that particular thing, why they're conveying that message to you in the way that they are, or why they did that certain thing. I think that can be helpful in controlling, you know, your anger and your response as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I also feel like when you do get angry and stuff, like how I said, I write paragraphs or something, like, cause you can go in notes, like in my notes got the schedule, it's a mix of schedule, how I feel about certain people, like different little things. But I would say like, if you're like a journal type person, write it down. Cause like, I don't want to be the type of person to like lash out on anybody, or like a lot of people were saying like they was punching pillows and everything. I'm like, like stop that. You could like write it down or talk to somebody that keeps you calm. Cause it's like, I know y'all got at least one person that don't make y'all mad all the time, or that y'all can just confide in whenever. So talk to people and like write it down so y'all don't have to get violent or angry like that. All right. So the next question, or the last question, is when you could be angry and you're facing something negative, how could you handle your anger in a positive light? It's kind of similar to the last question, but it's kind of just trying to see how you change that negative point of view into a positive. So like a lot of people will be like, when bad things have happened, why me? Instead of like, why not me? You know, so like think about things like in that way. I think I'll go first because y'all look like y'all thinking. So Q, I'm gonna come to your table in a minute, okay? But when I'm facing something negative, I think I can handle things in a positive light by like how I said, saying why not me? Like a lot of times, I'm gonna keep bringing this up too. I was having this problem. That's my mommy. I was having a problem, but like, I was like, hold on, y'all.
Hey Q, we want your answer too.
Q, they want your answer to the question. Now you quiet.
Now you quiet. That's how you do it. Yeah, come on, talk to us. Tell us your answer, baby.
All right. So so the dang, what I was going to say. Okay, so yeah. So me and Miss Joni was having this conversation. Like I had to text her because I remember that day, like I was having a horrible day. Like I was stressing over everything I had to do. I'm like big on multitasking. So right now you see me right now and I'm watching my little brother at the same time they're doing the session. But I know I had an obligation and I told Miss Mo that I was going to get on here. So I made sure I was on here. But that day, like I think I was overdoing it a little bit. So I was doing like everything and I wasn't saying nothing to nobody at the time about like how I was feeling about things. So like I got this habit of making it seem like everything is okay to everybody. So like they can still come to me about their issues and like different little things, trying to be like the strong person for everybody. But sometimes like I be having to take a break. But when I was talking to Miss Joni that day, we was texting or whatever, and she sent me like paragraphs or whatever. And like the main thing that I had like pulled from that was like, she said it was all about perspective. Like I asked to be in a place where I can make all this money or be free in certain aspects, like financially, emotionally, like different little things. So like if I look at it like, oh, like a lot of people aren't able to do these things and multitask or have to multitask and do things, then I'll look at it in a better way. So like once I did that and changed it, I'm like, I get less overwhelmed now and I'm less stressed about things. I'm like, I asked to be here. Like this is things that I want to do. And when I do see myself like overdoing it sometimes, like I'll pull back or I'll discuss with, I'll talk on the phone with Elder or something. Like when I feel like I'm ready to have a breakdown, I talk to Elder, I talk to my father, like different people. And like everything be better, but you just gotta like change your perspective on things. Miss Mo, you wanna go first?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. So I remember when I was thinking about this earlier, I was gonna say perspective. However, I'm gonna switch it. And I'll say, like, I think it's a good opportunity when you do get mad. You're learning about yourself, and you also can learn like what to place worth on and what not to place worth on. Like, and I think that goes back to Miss Joni's earlier point. Like, is this really worth my time, my energy, my voice, my money, my just anything? Like, is this actually worth whatever it is that's making me angry? I think it's just a good time to just be like, okay, and ask yourself, like literally out loud, ask yourself, because that's what I do. I'm like, all right, is this worth, I be talking to myself. I'm like, okay, is this worth my time? Is this worth my anger? And a lot of the times, you know, when it does happen, the answer is no, it's not. Um, so I think that I just take that time. I'm like, okay, when the answer is no, I'll like take time to like go on a drive or just take time to you know, kind of switch my perspective like I was saying earlier, and just kind of keep it pushing and still, you know, be committed to whatever I said I was going to do that day. Because if you let it, your temper and your anger can take over your whole situation. Like, it can paralyze you, and you don't want that to happen. So just take it as an opportunity to not be paralyzed. Take it as an opportunity to keep pushing forward.
So since both of y'all took what I was thinking, like perspective, as well as like your mindset and your attitude towards it, I'll go with something different that's also important that I would say. Um, Looking at that situation and thinking how it can help somebody else. So, and the reason why I say that is because one of my fundamental beliefs, especially for people who are looking to grow themselves as a leader, I'm talking to y'all right now. Smart people, we learn from our own mistakes. Like, we do things, we learn from it, whatever. But wise people, we learn from other people's mistakes. So when I'm thinking about, you know, my failures, and when I get angry and when I get upset, one of the things that I'm also thinking about too is, okay, how can what I'm going through, how can somebody else learn from this? Because whether or not they want to take the knowledge or take the lesson, that's up to them. But I'm always looking to give that knowledge and to give that wisdom from my mistakes, so that people don't have to go through the same thing that I went through. And not that our paths are going to be the same, because everybody has a different path, but a lot of things in life are pretty much like the same thing, just wrapped up with a different name. And that's why I can confidently say, every single jewel that I make, if y'all watch my jewels, if y'all keep up with my jewels, every jewel is based off a conversation that I've had with somebody. It's pulled from a lesson, from a conversation, either maybe I was going through it or the other person was going through it. And it's something that I thought to myself, like, wow, other people can learn from this. Other people can take this. And if you're taking those jewels and putting those jewels in your toolbox and using those jewels, then you are already 15 steps ahead of the game, because now you have effectively avoided these pit holes that other people found themselves in, because they basically gave you the roadmap. Now, with some that you're not going to be able to avoid, but how much easier would life be, and would your road to success be, if you can avoid the pit holes that people have already identified? And if you're not of that mindset, you like, oh no, forget it. I know I don't want to learn from anybody else. Basically, you walking in the minefield and you just asking to step on the bombs when the bombs are clearly labeled. You ain't got to step on that. But some people just got to put their toe on it to see if they're going to blow up. And then bam, head gone.
It always is just like, oh, okay, it's going, it's going, it's going. And then it goes all the way to 1,000 right at the end. I just, go ahead, Cam.
Feel like landmine, boom, like chill. Chill.
Cause then they in my Cash App request when you ain't had to be.
You right. You right.
Ooh.
I'm glad you turned your request off. But anyway, Naeem said he can handle his anger positively by talking to himself, watching funny videos, sleep through it, and etc. I think I do that a lot, like sleeping through stuff. Like when I get mad or I get overwhelmed, like when I get overwhelmed and stuff, my head start hurting, like literally. So I'll sleep for like an hour or two. And then when I wake up, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to do this now. I definitely see the sleep through part. A lot of people were just saying like music and talking to a therapist and everything like that. Sorry I can't get to you all like individually, but we gotta get to this last activity. Like this on our voice when we did this, it was like the best. It felt like the best to me anyway. So this last activity is like, I know y'all know at least one other heartbeat, old or new. So I want y'all to say one positive thing or one word of encouragement in the comments and direct it to them to be like at Kamai or at Miss Joni or something like that. You can do more than one person too and say something positive or words of encouragement to like finish us off and say that in the comments. I'm gonna read some of them off, but we can do it on here too. Y'all can say people outside of us three because like that kind of put us in the box.
All right. I'm gonna be in the box. So I'm gonna say about just right now, just in this moment, I'm gonna be in the box. For Cam, I love how you live. This goes for Miss Joni too, but I love how you live like your brand. And I'm just loving how like when I first met you to like today, right in this moment, like the growth is just astronomical. So yeah, no, I love that you live your brand. And I love that you're always, I guess that's 3. And I love that you're always supportive of other people and always like offering like what people can do and everything to like just grow what they want to be. So yeah. Miss Joni, I love your ability to, and this is about perspective, y'all, because I feel like some of y'all may say that this does happen, but I love Miss Joni's ability to like tell you about yourself, but still uplift you at the same time. Like she might cuss you out, you know, she might, you know, tell you that you did something wrong, but she still makes you feel like you have power. She still makes you feel like you have abilities and skills and just potential and just what you're doing, whatever she may be fussing about. So I love that she just makes you feel like a person and not like a broken down, just that you just have everything wrong with you in the world. I love that. So yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at these comments and like I just had to see like 4 people at me and like it kind of make me like want to cry a little bit, but I'm not gonna cry on here. I promise I'm not gonna cry. We gonna wait till like the 5th week and the finale of season 2 to do all that again. But I'm not gonna read mine, but I do appreciate all of y'all. Who's this? I'm gonna get to you, Miss Joni. I ain't forget about you neither.
Well, you better get to it.
It's fine. You can forget about me because we only got a minute and a half. And we got
oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna read 2. So Miss Dominique said to Mr. Brandon, I love how you're so open and honest with yourself. I'm someone that tries every day to be more genuine and your vulnerability is inspiring. Thank you and much love. And Jarrell Adams said to, I'm gonna say Miss Victoria because I don't know if she's a mentor or not. She said, you're really a dope person, like how you connect with people, even tough, you be shy. We need to link again because I miss you. So I like that y'all doing that. So continue to do that even throughout the day. And I want to just say that I appreciate like all of y'all for like always being supportive of everything that everybody does and like being their shoulder to lean on for people and like just being that positive light because HeartSmiles like as a family has a lot of positive light in it. So yeah, I know it's time for Jules, sadly.
All right, I'll leave you to go last, but my jewel is don't let people be the victims of your brokenness. So if you are angry, if you're, you know, feeling upset, don't let people be the victim of your words because words hurt and your actions too. Actions hurt as well.
All right, mine would be always be the positive light when it seems like there is no positive. Like just be that person that lights up the room anytime that you come in, even though it might be everybody got a straight face, so everybody's negative. Just make sure you're that positive light that you want to see.
That is awesome. Thank y'all so much for a great session. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Miss Moments. Well, I see you Monday.
See you Monday, end of week 1. See y'all.
Monday, end of week 1. Y'all, we did it. Crazy, crazy, crazy session. A great session. Yo, it's break time. And guess what's after your break? Your lunchtime. So go ahead and take your break. Take your lunch. We'll see y'all back here at 2:00. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. 2 o'clock our last session. Yo, how was your lunch, y'all? I hope y'all had a great, great, great lunch break. Man, let's see what we getting into today for this 2 o'clock session. Let's see who we got knocking at this door. Y'all know I never know what's about to happen. It just happened. Track star.
Hey,
What's up?
nothing much.
How you doing?
Good in yourself?
Good. I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. What you doing on here, man?
I'm with John and Miss Caitlin today.
How you doing? Really?
Yeah.
All right, okay. You got to hit your mute on the other one.
Oh yeah, I just turned it down.
Okay. What y'all gonna be talking about today? Because they not at the door yet.
Oh well, basically we're just gonna be like touching bases on what happened with Nick Cannon, the I don't know how to pronounce the word, but it's over the S.
I don't know what happened with Nick Cannon. You know what? Did he get fired or something? I did see a meme or something like that he got, but I don't know any of the details. Like I literally know nothing about it.
Yeah, we basically gonna be talking about that today and do like some math and stuff.
Okay, yeah, we got to get our brains working real quick with the math, and then we're gonna get into the Cannon drama. Baby Barack.
Hey,
What's up, John? We ain't seen you in a minute.
yeah, I'm back now.
Good to see you. Miss Caitlin.
Hey, y'all.
What's up?
How are you?
Blessed. We good. Can't complain. Good to see you on this good old Friday.
I know. It's Friday. I can't believe it's the end of week 1.
It's the end of week. I told them before we know it, I'm going to be saying this is the end of season 2.
That's no. Well, let's not talk about that yet. I can't handle that yet. I can't handle that. All right, y'all. Well, you all beat me on here. So today we have John and Zion on to talk to us, and I'll let them introduce their topic. But first of all, I did some thinking, and I was thinking about our math, our wanting to do math and all of those things. And I know people are like, not the math, here goes the math. So the thing is, I really want to give us enough time to really dive into these discussions, these youth-led discussions. And so I was talking to Ms. Joni about it, and we decided that like the math part is important. Like the academic part is important, but it's not as important for me to like teach you a whole lesson. And so what I decided to do instead was keep it to like a real short thing. And instead of like doing a whole math lesson, I'm going to just give you some like math brain teaser kind of things, and they'll look the same, and you'll see what it looks like here in a second. But it's pretty much just to get your brain thinking about math and thinking about like patterns and stuff without actually having to do the whole thing, because that just takes a lot of time. And we really want to make space for the young people, the heartbeats, and the youth leaders to talk about their topics. So I'm going to, and John actually came up with an icebreaker today, so I'm gonna skip my would you rather question, and I'm gonna jump straight into this little math thing. So I'm gonna share my screen. Yes, here I am. Okay, here we go. So this is just a little brain teaser for you. This one, so it's 4 boxes, right? And the question is, which one doesn't belong? Okay, and hold on, if I do this, oh, no. Oh, wait, what's happening? Am I still sharing? I almost gave away the answer.
No, you don't feel, no, I was getting ready.
Oh my gosh, I'm giving away the answer. Okay, here we go. Whew. Okay. All right, so here it is, and I want to keep it because I didn't want it full screen so I can see you in the chat. So I want to know which one doesn't belong and why it doesn't belong. And this is sort of, I'll give you a little hint. It's a kind of a trick question. Okay, so I will give you that. Which one doesn't belong and why? So I already see Kamaya says the 3x squared. Okay, I'm into it. I want to know why. Why does 3x squared, or the negative 3x squared, why doesn't it belong? Seeing a lot of the negative 3x squared. I see a negative 3. I see a 3x.
I have 2 guesses.
Okay, tell me.
Can I explain them too?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was about to say -3 because it doesn't have a variable, and
Okay.
like we can't you can't do nothing with that -3 compared to the other ones because it doesn't
Okay.
have a variable. Then I was about to say -5 because it's not divisible by none of the threes there. So that's not.
Okay, so Zion says -3 because it doesn't have an X after it, doesn't have a variable, and then the -5 because all the rest of the boxes are threes, right? And that's the only 5. The answer is you're right and you're right. Okay, so in some sense, the -3 doesn't belong because the rest of them, and the -5x, it also doesn't belong. So I'm gonna give you a little hint, and I'm seeing a lot of -3x squared because it has that exponent, and you're also right because none of the rest of them have an exponent. So the last one here is 3x. Why wouldn't 3x belong compared to all the rest of them?
I gotta be honest. I would say 3x doesn't belong because it's the only one that's not negative.
Boom, 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 boom. Yes, that's exactly right. Okay, so let me give you the answers now. Okay, so here are the answers. So you're right, John. 3x is the only one that's positive. Okay, the -3x squared, it's the only one that's an x squared. The -3 is the only one without an x, and the -5x is the only one that's a 5. Okay, and you're like, what the heck? Yeah, so Charles Almighty, I see collect like terms. I love it. I love your math. I love your math language. So yeah, y'all, this is what we got. Like, this is what I want to give us, recognizing these patterns, because this is actually kind of a little fun game, but it's actually getting your brain stimulated in the same way that math gets it stimulated, the same way that solving a problem gets it stimulated. So this is what we're going to be doing. And it's not always going to look like this. There'll be different ones, maybe some shapes, maybe some pictures, things like that. But they'll all be kind of like this to get our math part of our brain just turned on a little bit. Okay. So that is my math lesson for today. And now we're ready to jump into John and Zion and their conversation with us today. So first of all, I know, Zion, you've been on once before. John, this is your first time coming on the Success Sessions with me. I don't know if you've been on before, but can both of you just introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about yourselves, how you got involved with HeartSmiles, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so for everybody that didn't see me on Success Sessions yet, this is my first time on Success Sessions season 2. I've been on season 1 a multitude of times, but I got introduced to HeartSmiles in the midst of season 1, so like I was never in the Bloomberg building. I never seen Miss Joni, Miss Caitlin, Miss Mo, even some of the Heartbeats. It's all been virtual, and I've just met them virtually. I think the only Heartbeat I've seen in person is Cam, and she sent me my smoothie, which reminds me, y'all gotta place your orders before 5 p.m. today. But yeah, everything's been virtual. I got introduced by my best friend, Kamaya Success Session. She told me a couple weeks before I joined HeartSmiles to just join because it was really positive, and I didn't want to join at first because I was like, it sounds academic, just based off of academics, but like I gave it a shot, and like I've been on Success Sessions pretty much every single day since then. So like I would just say I encourage every last one of y'all in the chat to stay, because like it really helps you develop a positive mindset and helps you just look at things in a different perspective. So yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Zion, aka Track Star. I've been with HeartSmile since I was in middle school. I got introduced to it on Instagram by Love. If y'all know her, Love. That's how I met HeartSmiles. And basically, Majoni had posted something like, "Who want to be a part of this group?" and stuff like that. And it was the Youth Advisory Board actually, which I'm the vice president. I mean, the president now. President now. So then I joined that, and I think that's going on my 3rd year, I think, at HeartSmiles. And I'm also the founder of Zod Charm, so I make bracelets and stuff. So yeah, make sure y'all follow me.
Sick. Thank you all both so much. Yeah, I'm gonna let you take it away. John, do you want to introduce what y'all are talking about today?
Yeah, so me and Miss Caitlin been like, it's not official, but me and Miss Caitlin was doing like this little mini series type of thing in season 1 where we was just talking about trending topics towards the end. Because I feel like we talk about like being aware of the world all day, but like if you don't really know what's going on in your community, then you know you're not aware of. So that's something that I wanted to do ever since season 1. And today we're gonna be talking about like anti-Semitism and like the recent stuff that's been going on with Nick Cannon. And I know you may be thinking like, what could Nick Cannon and anti-Semitism possibly have in common right now? But celebrities make mistakes all the time. That's all I'm gonna say for now. But Zion, I know you did a little bit of research on it, so I know I could go on and on and on about it. So like, I just want you to go first before I start rambling.
And can I just interrupt really quickly? And Zion, you may be touching on this, but for people who are not familiar with the term anti-Semitism, it's going to be helpful for us to define that term.
You want me to define it? Hold up. It was on my computer. Let me look it up on my phone so I can say it. Okay.
Well, like the definition I saw while Zion pulls it up, I learned about it this year. Actually, it's actually basically just hostility towards Jews, Jewish people, you know, all that type of stuff. Hate speech towards them, all of that.
He already got the definition. We don't need it no more. That's the exact definition. Okay, so basically when I was looking, I basically saw on Instagram like the shade room, all that stuff. It was basically saying how he's canceled. They fired him from both of his shows, but then he got back on the mask. But while and out, he's done. Like he's not on there no more. And it's basically, he said something on his radio show saying that the white people are basically the animals and stuff like that, and while blacks are just like, you know, calm and collected. Basically, he was basically trying to say something like all this stuff, like, you know how a lot of people call us animals, like we're dogs or monkeys, we're wild, all this type of stuff. He was basically reversing what they said to white people, and so that's why they say that he's canceled because he shouldn't be saying stuff like that, which he apologized for multiple times. And now black people saying he's canceled for apologizing, but yeah, like it's just a lot of stuff, like it goes back and forth and stuff like that. So what I wanted to speak on that is like sometimes I feel like when you talk about stuff, you say, like they were saying earlier, you could say stuff out of anger and you really don't mean it. But as somebody that big, you can't, like, you have to watch what you actually say, because people want to twist up your words like that. Like blink your eye, they're going to twist up your words. So I just wanted to say, I think Nick Cannon had a couple times when he said something rude or something like that, but people wasn't actually understanding where he was coming from. So like, I feel like I see you trying to discipline a grown man, but like the canceling, all that, you should actually try to, instead of assuming stuff, try to, like, you know, investigate more. Like, okay, why did he say this? Oh, we already know all this stuff happening with Black Lives Matter. Is that the reason why he said? Is he doing it for more views? What if his manager told him to do it so he can get more views and stuff? Because, you know, a lot of people do stuff that their manager tell them, because it's like, my manager telling me this, that means I'm about to bring in some more money or something, because clearly I picked my manager so they know the best thing that's gonna go for me. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my pre-opinion, and I want to give y'all like a little bit of background about how this got started. You know, the build up towards the person. But like Miss Caitlin, before I start, or Miss Joni, did y'all want to say anything?
No, I'm actually learning. So, like I said, you know, I saw a meme about it, but I didn't know any details about it. So I'm learning, and I appreciate you guys for bringing this to the forefront with some lessons that we can take from it too.
Definitely the lessons piece. I don't have anything to say right now. I'm gonna jot down as I do my questions, and then you can come back to me.
Okay, so basically, Nick Cannon has this podcast. I didn't know he had a podcast because, you know, Nick Cannon does a whole lot of other things. You know, he was the host of America's Got Talent for a little bit. He's the host of The Masked Singer currently. We don't know, that might change a little bit, but he's the host of The Masked Singer, and he was the host of Wild 'N Out. So He had a podcast, and the podcast is called Cannon's Class, where he brings on like different guests every single week, and it's a weekly podcast, so he brings on different guests every single week to talk about certain subjects. So, the clips that are resurfacing about Nick Cannon were actually like 2 weeks ago. It's just now reaching the surface. I don't know why, but I guess people started to look into it and actually saw what he was saying. So, he had Dr. Griff on this one. And I know, like, I didn't know who Dr. Griff was, but Dr. Griff was basically a rapper in a rap group, I think in the 90s, and he got kicked out for his anti-Semitic comments. So I guess he just decided to bring him on to tell his side of the story. So I didn't know too much about it. I started researching to YouTube and the internet and just like searching to see what I could find. So I saw a couple clips of what Nick was saying, and he was basically saying stuff like Black people are the true Hebrews. Anyone with an insufficient amount of melanin is just a little less. That's how he said it. He said they're a little less. So I'm gonna touch on that first. I'm gonna just say, like, my first problem with that is misidentification. So, like, Black people are Black people, Jews are Jews. We, like, some Black people are in fact Jews, but it's the simple fact that, like, you're trying to make it seem as though, like, the Jews want to be exactly like us. And that's where I got confused, because I'm like, what exactly do we have as Black people that they want to achieve? Like, are we more unified? Or are we just in the press more now? Like, what exactly was he related to? And that's something that I want him to like elaborate on. But I guess he'll come out with statements on that later. So I wrote down this one thing that he said to Dr. Griff about his comments. He said, in quote, "You can't be anti-Semitic when we are the Semitic people, when they are who we want to be. That's our birthright." And I'm like, all we have as a birthright as people in general, Black, white, Latino, whatever, we just have the right to pursue happiness, to actually go out in the world and do things that could potentially change the world. So I'm a little bit confused on that, because I'm like, he said we are the Semitic people. And I'm like, even if the comments weren't anti-Semitic, it's still not okay what he was trying to say. I still feel like it wasn't, like, it wasn't adequate to say. And like, he even said before, he said like people who aren't highly melanated, like they're a little less. He tried to say like, I'm gonna word this carefully. And I'm like, I feel like him saying that, like, he genuinely didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings or promote hate speech. But at the same time, like Zion said, when you have a platform like that, you have to be like mindful of what you say, especially when it comes to race, because as the world is now, the world is very sensitive towards race nowadays, especially since Black Lives Matter is becoming more prevalent every day. And, all Black people are behind it. And then, white people are joining us in the fight against, Black and white equality and all of that. So I'm like, you have to stay like just in a neutral level. And if you aren't understanding the neutral level, at least promote something that's positive. Like, I can't see in my mind how a little less makes it any better, because he said he wasn't trying to be racist, but the definition of racism is when you promote that one race is superior to another. And that includes religion, I feel like, in my head a little bit. So a little less, you're promoting that the Jews are inferior to Black people. So I'm not understanding where he's coming from, when he's trying to be like, I wasn't trying to promote hate speech, I wasn't trying to promote racism, when what you're actually saying is racism. And I feel like he has to have a talk with some of his closest friends, because apparently he was close with his cast on Wild 'N Out, and I feel like they need to have some sort of conversation with him about, like, what you were saying was really, really hurtful, and you need to, like, just back off away from, especially a topic like that, if you don't have all of your thoughts together completely to provide it towards the public. So after that, Viacom decided to fire him. And I'm gonna open it up for discussion. I just want to get through Viacom's response. Viacom, this is what caused a lot of controversy. Viacom CBS decided to fire him. And Viacom CBS owns Nickelodeon, VH1, Comedy Central. They own all of those big networks on TV. So him getting fired from the top dog, which is Viacom CBS, he was completely removed from Wild 'N Out. And the question was like, since Nick was the one who created Wild 'N Out and he was the actual host since the show started, now the controversy is Wild 'N Out gonna go away? And I feel as though like if Nick Cannon was to walk away from Wild 'N Out, it would be just the best to just completely remove Wild 'N Out from the media and TV. Because I'm like, if this is true that he actually created this brand, you can't continue a brand that wasn't created by you, and especially if you don't have support from the creator of what's being made. I feel like that's just not, it's not right, especially if I'm the one that created the brand. You want to take it to the level that you want to take it to without my support of the brand I created. So a lot of people from both sides, they were saying it's unfair, it's fair, he needs to be disciplined for his actions, but at the same time, celebrities make mistakes like this all the time. But my problem is I'm on both sides because I'm like, y'all saying like celebrities make mistakes like this all the time. And I'm like, that's normalizing their behavior. There has to be some sort of discipline to, like show these celebrities that, you can't normalize this behavior. You can't normalize these comments. You can't allow this to go on, especially with all of these trending topics in the media about race and religion and how certain things are wrong and right to promote on the media. So I want to hear from Zion first, and then I'm gonna get to you, Ms. Joni and Ms. Caitlin. Do you think, based off of what you heard, do you think that it's fair for Nick Cannon to be taken off of his own show?
I was just thinking about it yesterday when I saw it. No, it shouldn't. Like, if you're gonna remove him, remove the whole show, because it started with him. Every season, every episode is with Nick Cannon. So it really don't make no sense to try to continue a legacy when the legacy is not there no more. Yes, like DC Young Fly, he's still gonna be there and stuff like that. It just don't make sense to me. If you're not going to support him and what his what's doing, then don't do the whole show, because you're still going to bring on that name, and then it's still going to be like, oh, Wild 'N Out, oh, this was Nick Cannon's show and he said this about the Jews. Oh, Wild 'N Out, this. It's not going to be the show that Wild 'N Out is for the comedy. It's going to be about this comment for who knows how long stuff go on, because it can die from the media, and then 10 years later, oh, I remember in 2020 Nick Cannon said this about the Jews. So just cut the whole show. Just cut it.
Yeah, Ms. Joni.
Yeah, so thank you for all that great information that you gave. I was also Googling and reading up a little bit too while I was listening to you. And this right here is an example on why we talk about ownership, entrepreneurship. He don't own it. And that's not right. Like, anybody looking at it would think that he did own it because he's out front. Obviously, he's created it, and all of his thoughts, and it's thriving under his leadership, but he don't own it. And a lot of times, just us as Black people or people in general, we find ourselves in a position where we don't put all our hard work and sweat and everything into something just for somebody to be able to snatch it away for whether or not the reason was justified. But this is a real life example on why I'm so hard on you guys about having that mindset of ownership and being able to have something that's yours. Because when something is yours, nobody can take it away from you. But unfortunately, with this particular situation, Nick didn't put himself in that position. And who knows why, but that's just the facts right now. And it's sad. It's sad, regardless of what he's accused of. It's sad that he can work so hard and build something so great just for it to be snatched away like that.
Miss Caitlin.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. Thank you for bringing this up. This is really important, and it's really interesting to hear everyone's perspectives on what they get out of this story. And I see a lot of people, like, our conversation has kind of turned to like, should they have gotten him out, or should they have like canceled his whole show? And I wonder, I guess I wonder if he should have been canceled, like he himself. And I am not in any way saying that I agree with using oppressive language or prejudice language. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that, and I saw it again, and I think a lot of people are familiar with like the Me Too movement and people speaking up, and then like women speaking up, and then men specifically being fired from their jobs. And while I think this is important, I also think that it's created this culture in our society that makes people afraid to bring up these tough topics, and because they're afraid of making mistakes. And I think that he did make a mistake. He did make a mistake by saying that. And if we cancel everyone for making mistakes, then I'm worried that people will stop having these conversations. Or stop, like, because his intent was not anti-Semitism. It was really pro-Black, it sounds like. And I don't think that pro-Black necessarily has to mean, I don't think pro-Black has to mean like anti anything else, right? It's just pro-Black. And maybe I'm not making sense here, but I just think that it's a dangerous game for us to just discount somebody when they make a mistake, because everybody makes mistakes. And I think it's dangerous for the larger movement of Black Lives Matter and for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So I guess those are my thoughts on it.
I want to say something, comment on that part. I feel like if it was somebody else and Donald Trump, y'all know how he posted a tweet saying, oh, we have these monsters being outraged, this and the third, we're going to call the National Guard, this and the third. He didn't get canceled. So I get what everybody's saying, like it was a hateful thing, but it's also think about Nick Cannon and Donald Trump was in the same position. Nick Cannon said something hurtful about Jews, and Donald Trump is always saying something hurtful about, if you're not white, he's always saying something. So it's like, if you're gonna, like you said, and Donald Trump meant what he said, it wasn't a mistake. But if you're gonna cancel a Black for saying something hurtful, let's cancel a white. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to speak on. Let's cancel a white for saying something like that. That's speak on every way. He basically saying, if you're not white, you're irrelevant. So if we're gonna cancel somebody, let's cancel him. Let's do that.
Yeah, I love that you brought up a double standard, Zion. That's a really, really important piece. Thanks for talking about that.
Yeah, I agree with everybody, and more than that Donald Trump thing. Like, I saw this thing on WJZ where they were interviewing him at the White House, and they were basically asking him about police brutality and how like it's mainly affecting African Americans, and African Americans are getting killed. And his response was, so are white people. And I'm sitting here like, we're talking about predominantly Black people who are being oppressed and just, like being treated as unfair Americans. And you want to say like, so are white people. That definitely is the truth. However, it's predominantly Black people. We want you to speak as the president about how you feel about Black people. It's not something that's hurtful. It's not going to hurt you for once to talk about Black people in a positive sense. We do so much to contribute to the world. It was somebody who was on a conference that was Black, that was talking about Black Lives Matter with a Latino, which his partner was Black. He was elaborating on Blacks too. And I'm like, there are so many people of different races who come together as a people, not just Black, white, Latino, who can talk and elaborate on each other in a positive sense. So the fact that you as the president can't, I find that a huge issue. And that's why some people were talking about like Kanye West. And I'm going to get back on topic, I promise. But it was talking about Kanye West and how he went to be president. And a lot of people at first were just like, no, like, you're a rapper, you do music. Like, what could you possibly have to contribute to the world on a political sense? And I thought like that too. However, like, why can't Kanye be president? Why can't anybody do anything? You know, like, if you have the passion to do it and you have a genuine stance on something, I see absolutely no reason why you can't or are unable to do something. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, after that, there's a couple more discussion points. But after that, Nick did come out on Twitter and he said that he gave this 1,500 word Instagram caption about his apology and, you know, what he has to say about what he said. And it was basically just a big apology. And then at the end, something that caused controversy was he demands full ownership of Wild 'N Out. And he told the story. He was like, I'm the one who branded Wild 'N Out. I'm the one who presented the idea to MTV to present the show on that platform. So, you know, like, why can't I have, you know, something of my own? You know, like, why are you trying to take that away from me? And something that he also said was like, he feels as though like Viacom's stance on firing him is just their way of bullying him, oppressing him, and trying to silence him and the Black community. And to a standpoint, I don't. So my thoughts are kind of mixed on this one because I'm like, you did say something about Jews and you know, you had negative stuff to say about Jews. And it took you a while to come out with this apology. Like, this was after the fact that he got fired from Viacom. So, I mean, I see it as being wrong on both sides. Viacom did not have to take that extra step to take away his show. Like, if you're gonna fire him, give him what he branded back, and then just continue with what you're doing. But you know, like compare that to Miss Joni. Like, imagine if Miss Joni signed a deal with CBS and, you know, gave up, like, she would never do this, but like gave part ownership to CBS. And Miss Joni said something hurtful about something. And then like the media got fired up about it and she got fired from CBS and they tried to take away HeartSmiles. Like, just think about it from a standpoint like that. Like, I personally, I would not let that happen. You know, I would be so outspoken. But I just, like, that's kind of where I tried to think about it from because I was very much against Nick and all of that hate speech. However, Viacom's position on it, you're trying to take away his show, something that he branded, that's just, I feel like that's not right at all. So there's a little bit more to the story. It's a long story. But I'm going to read some of the comments. Kamaya says, whether it's intentional or not, you still hurt someone. People use the excuse of I didn't mean it or it's not on purpose and it doesn't matter. It's BS. And Simone said it's his show. He made it. Kamaya said you can't continue a legacy and cancel the person who left it. Kayla says everybody makes mistakes. I don't think it's fair for them to take him off of his own show. So if you're going to remove him, then remove the entire show. And then I see a bunch of other comments about, yeah, just remove the show, like, you know, let him have it. I definitely agree with
question, John.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, so do we think that do we hold celebrities to a higher standard, and should we? So for example, like, is it their responsibility to do the right thing, say the right thing all the time? And I don't have this is not a loaded question. I don't have a right or wrong answer. I just want to know your opinions on, on if celebrities have to do and say the right thing all the time.
Can I answer first? Okay, so I feel like they're still human. okay, they might have the wealth, they might have the big house, they might have a big platform, but they're still human. You have to think about, they're still citizens of the U.S. It's not like, oh, they have their own part of the U.S. because they have this much money. They still want to have feelings, you know. So if they feel like something wrong, they have a right to say what is out. If it's wrong on their opinion, it's wrong. But if they take the ownership, I feel like even though they should be taken to a higher standard because of the platform and how many people that's viewing them. But at the same time, we have to think about that we're still human. People want to say and feel how they feel.
Yeah, I see something in the comments. Kamai says she doesn't even use the word celebrity anymore, and something I agree with that. More so, I use the word well known. And going back to the question, I feel like saying the right thing and doing the right thing all the time is impossible for any human being to do. Celebrity, well known, lesser known, rich, poor, you can't do it. I can't do it. Nobody on the skull can do it. Nobody in the chat can do it. We're all going to make mistakes. It's just like I said earlier in the chat. Nobody is immune to mistakes. So I feel like they don't have the obligation to do that all the time. And that's something that Michelle Obama was elaborating on too in her documentary. She was like, she felt this need as the first lady of the White House, the first lady of the White House to say and do everything right all the time. And I'm like, I understand that because, like, you have a big platform, you're in front of the entire world saying something and making a statement about something all the time. And people are always going to have their opinions on it. But, like Zion said, they're still human. You have to treat them as such. Like Nick Cannon, I honestly, personally believe that although we're talking about it and what he did wrong, I feel like he really did. I don't think that he meant hostility towards Jews at all, because some of what he said, like, it sounded like he was talking about everybody in a general sense. So something he said was they had to act as savages and barbaric to bring us from the country that we originated from, talking about Black people in Africa, to bring us to a country that they didn't even own in the first place. So, like, he's not even just talking about Jews. He's talking about like white people, Latinos, like that's how it would be perceived to someone just looking at it. I think that's how the media perceived it. It's like, you're not just talking about Jews, you're talking about everybody. And I tried to think about it more. He's talking about people in the past that, treated us as if we weren't human, that we were monkeys, that, like, we weren't human. And I think, yeah, he was talking about people in the past, but people took it as, you still have those opinions about us now after how far we've come and all of this unity that we have now, which we don't have too much yet. I mean, we still have to work on it, but, like, we did come a little bit of a way in terms of, like, Black people being having a little bit more than they did back then. Like, we were in chains back then, being treated as animals. So, like, we did come a little bit of a way. And I feel like, yeah, like, the media just took it in a general sense as you're talking about how we are now, and you're talking about, like, we're savages, we're barbaric. That's how you think about us, when he really was talking about people in the past. So it's really just a misinterpretation, a miscommunication on all sides by Viacom, by Nick Cannon, by everybody really, and everybody just took it the wrong way, I feel like.
So I just want to make a quick comment to Miss Caitlin's question, because that was a very important question. And just my thoughts on that is, when you have a platform and you are influencing people, you definitely have a responsibility to just be responsible to whatever it is that you're speaking about. And I definitely agree with everybody in terms of, everybody's still human, everybody's going to make mistakes. That comes with, just being a regular person. And I admit all the time that I'm not perfect, I make mistakes, but I'm also very, very aware that we're helping to shape young minds. and what I say could potentially influence somebody to choose A over B. So in being true to myself and in being my having my rights and using my right of free speech, I still need to hold myself accountable for what I say and be responsible for that. And I think that anybody, celebrity or no celebrity, once you are in the space of being an influencer, even if you only influencing one other person, then you have that responsibility of being responsible with your words and what you do, because people are going to look to you, whether they say it or not. People are going to look to you. So I just think it's irresponsible for anybody of any stature with any type of platform to just ramble off with, you know, something that's that could potentially be used in the wrong way. Like if you got things that you want to say that stuff in private with your close family and your close friends and all that. You know, don't utilize a platform that people are looking to learn from. So that's my little 2 cents on that.
I have a question. Do y'all know if the owners of like MTV and VixCom all that were white before I make this comment?
I don't know. They just made a statement about it on Twitter. But I don't know if they were white, black, Latino. I don't know.
Yeah. Because when I was thinking, when y'all was talking and stuff, I was like, you know how like when we like when our ancestors back in that stuff, we really did. If you said something how you feel, you'll get beat on or something like that. You'll get hit. You'll get lynched, stuff like that. So I feel like some people, racist whites to be exact, take it to offense when black people speak out, because it's like you do what you're taught. So like if they know like, oh, my ancestors didn't allow these black people to speak out, so I'm not allowing them to speak out. So I'm gonna make sure they cancel. I'm gonna make sure this is canceled. I'm gonna make sure they get beat on. I'm do that stuff like that. So I feel like that's something also that's coming with the being canceled and stuff, because black people are starting to speak out more what they believe and stuff like that, because we couldn't do that when like back in the day. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And if y'all hear a dog, excuse it. It's so ghetto. I'm sorry. But I know we only got a little bit of time, and there was one more question I wanted to ask you guys, but I'm going to give you like a quick little background. So after that statement had came out about Nick apologizing and everything, and how Wild 'N Out may be canceled because he's fired, some of his cast members had got backlash too because they weren't directly supporting him. They were posting pictures and stuff of it, but they weren't like speaking to the public and, you know, making lives, you know, like what the regular celebrities do when there's a problem. So, you know, like they felt as though it was a problem. And one in particular, Emmanuel Hudson, he was on Wild 'N Out, and like he's been on Wild 'N Out for years, and he didn't make a direct post towards Nick Cannon about the situation because they didn't know anything. Nobody from Wild 'N Out knew anything about the situation. They just knew that Nick was fired and that there was a possibility that Wild 'N Out would be canceled. So he was talking to Justina and Conceited. Those are also Wild 'N Out cast members on a FaceTime call. And he was basically asking them like, if Nick actually walks from Wild 'N Out, do you think that we should leave the show also? And that's something that I stuck with in my mind a little bit because I was a little bit confused. I was like, hold on. Oh, sorry, yo. I'm sorry. They were talking about like if Nick actually leaves the show and he can't actually be on Wild 'N Out anymore and Viacom keeps the show from him, like, are we gonna walk too? And I was like, I kind of stuck with it just a little bit because I'm like, I'm just like,
You're frozen, John.
Oh man, baby Barack. Internet in the ghetto. Oh no. All right, we gotta keep it moving because we technically
Yeah.
really only got like 5 minutes. So
We only
hopefully he
got
come
5
back.
minutes.
Yeah,
wanna-
if he come back, I'll put him on.
I wanted to see Kendall's, because she was going in. Kendall is really going in. She was like, he needs to be held accountable for his words the same way we cancel people for saying the N-word. We want equality, but we hold us to a double standard. So yeah, I wanted to speak on that. I agree completely with Kendall. He's a grown man. He should be accountable, but I feel like sometimes there's other ways to go about things because it's like, think about it. Is every person who not supposed to say the N-word being canceled or being publicized for it? Like, I get like what he said like was really hurtful to Jews. I understand that. I completely do. It was completely hurtful. But think about how many times a lot of whites or Mexicans or Hispanics, any race, has said something like, these monkeys, these gorillas, these zoo animals. How big it is right now, how many people that said that about blacks been publicized like this or getting their shows canceled, or not even shows, just period, that platform is just like being publicized for weeks of going, just like Nick Cannon is doing. So that's all I wanted to say.
So I have a couple of thoughts before we drop Jules, and I know we only have a couple minutes left. A couple things I want to say are, one, I agree with Miss Joni wholeheartedly that if you are a person of influence, then you have a responsibility. I also agree that with you, Zion, that there are other ways to go about, dealing with situations like this when they come up. I think that people with influence have the responsibility to be educated about issues such as racism and prejudice and things like that, so that they can own their mistakes and say, this is my mistake. This is why it's happened. Because of the system that we live in, this was what I was thinking. And to be able to use it as a teachable moment to all the people that they can influence. And I don't think that happens in this cancel culture, because there are no lessons that are taught there. The other thing that I want to bring up very briefly is this idea of us versus them. And I think this happens a lot, that different ethnic groups or races feel like they're in competition with each other, especially people of color and Black and Indigenous people who have been oppressed by white people. And it often feels like they need to defend like themselves. And I'm speaking coming from a white person's perspective, but this is what I have seen in my experience of people talking against each other, even though they're really on the same team, because they have both been oppressed by this system that white people have created. And this is a much, much bigger and larger conversation, but those are a couple of things that stood out to me. Zion, you want to drop a jewel for us?
It's basically going to be off my last one. Is stand true to yourself. Don't try to change yourself for nobody else, because this is exactly what he said. Exactly what I'm getting from this. Of course, I'm famous, whatever, but I'm not about to change my beliefs or about to change how I feel to please you. So just stay true to yourself and don't please nobody.
Yeah, great. I wish John was here to drop his jewel. My jewel, I guess, would be careful of what you see on the internet and on TV. Like, be careful on who you trust. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I feel like that kind of sums up our conversation from today.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much for this amazing conversation. Y'all did us right on a Friday. We'll see you Monday, Miss Caitlin. Monday it is. See you, Track Star.
All right, love y'all. Bye.
Y'all, we had a great day. Definitely a good conversation, y'all. I love it when we're able to take something that's happened current and then apply it to lessons that we can all learn from. So thank you so much, Baby Barack, for bringing this. I'm looking forward to more conversations like this. Y'all made it through y'all first work week. How y'all feeling, man? I hope y'all feeling good. I hope y'all first week was absolutely amazing. So look, remember at the top of the day, I told y'all about the survey. If you have not had a chance to do your survey, do your survey. That's a part of your job. Do your survey and then make sure your mentor or whoever knows that you did your survey so that we can get you accounted for. The survey is in the link, is in the bio on Instagram at HeartSmiles MD. If you don't have it for whatever reason, email me or get in touch with one of your mentors and they'll make sure that you get the link. All right, yo, be productive, do something productive. Is some still sunlight out there? Do something productive. I'm definitely going to make sure that Focus Friday tonight, that we do something fun. So I'm thinking maybe like a talent show. I don't know. Maybe we'll have like a 100-place winner, a $50 winner, $25 winner. I don't know. Y'all help me decide. We want to figure that out. But success sessions, yo, y'all already know what it is. You want to be successful. This is where you start. Yo, you want to be connected to other success-minded young people and adults. This is where you start. You want to level up in your life and do more, do something better. This is where you start, yo, success sessions. Y'all have a great, great weekend. I'll see y'all on Monday, tonight at 7 on Instagram Live. If you're hanging out with us for Focus Friday, y'all be good.